lower than normal. Very weird. Super weird. It's like weird. Very weird. You know what I need to do? What's this? Open scene. Tyler scene. Tyler. I feel like my webcam is just all sorts of weird, man. It's like,
What's up?
so I feel like my webcam is like lower than it was before. I wonder what happened. Did my chair move maybe? Now I'm taller again. Now I'm so tall. God, my cord just wrapped around everything. Do they make like, they must. Well, I know they do for a fact. Just wireless everything. I don't know if they're as good though.
Wireless what? Oh, headphones.
Everything. Like wireless keyboard, wireless mouse. Like if you just use wireless everything. You'd have some latency though, right? That'd be an issue. You'd have some latency, some input latency.
Yeah, but probably
I don't know. Depends what you're playing,
not much.
especially with a mouse.
I mean, my trackball is
Maybe at your skill level, because you're a turd, dude. You know?
Yeah.
I'm thinking if you're playing like Valorant or something, I bet it matters a little bit more. Like for real. But like, does it though? I don't know. But seriously, does it? Maybe. Maybe at like the utmost highest levels of play, something like that.
Yeah.
To the point where it's probably your like your aim is just bad. Before your mouse is an issue, it's probably your aim being crappy. Oh man. So I actually adjusted the terrain generation so that it would generate like sort of full like 3D. It was sort of cool, interesting. And I bet I can show it. I bet.
What do you mean full 3D?
I'll show you. Or I won't. Alright. I'm about to start it. The stream's live, by the way. But I mean, I'm about to start, like, get out of this. When I was like, the stream's about to start, you're like, oh, good, I hate Ukraine. And then I was like, oh, yikes. As a Swede, how do you feel about, once again, second week in a row, how do you feel about Ukraine?
I mean, I'm glad that we're sending a bunch of stuff to them.
You said you're glad that Russia's putting a stop to them? Is that what you said?
I'm glad we are sending a bunch of stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a different.
Oh my god.
I'm glad Russia's putting a stop to them.
It sounds so like sinister.
Yeah, doesn't it? Like they were like, dude, I don't know. You just think I literally know nothing about Ukraine at all. I'm not even gonna pretend to. The only thing I know about them, there's nothing. Isn't Chernobyl in Ukraine?
Yeah.
That's all I know. So, I don't know. I do know that Escape from Tarkov, the development team, the developers, are based out of Russia. I know that much. Like, it's a Russian company, so I don't know how that's going to affect things.
Weird. Yeah.
Hopefully not at all. But you never know.
I mean, with the sanctions, they probably can't sell things anymore.
Oops.
Whoa, that looks like
I
crazy.
screwed this up for a second. It's going to look crazier in a second. Believe me. There. But why is it this stupid skybox in the way?
Whoa.
Let's do bigger too.
I mean, Minecraft.
Yes, in Minecraft, yeah. But bigger. I need to turn off that skybox in the scene view. Was that a layer? The skybox layer. Yeah, but you can make it with all sorts of I don't know, differences, kind of. Like it's about to be a lot flatter, and it'll look maybe more like a desert or something. Or it won't. It'll never work. See, now it's more like a desert or something. Just sort of fun.
Oh yeah.
Something else that's cool is that if you look at it in profile, you actually kind of see the graph. You know, it's an interesting way of looking at the data. Because the graph's in one dimension. The graph's just in like sort of like the x dimension, but you can still sort of see the graph that's formed. So, sort of fun. Because you see like, whoa, the lines. I'm not really sure what Minecraft does. I bet what they do is probably different biomes with different values, and then they just sort of stitch them together. Maybe they have intermediate biomes or something like that. You know, because like if Minecraft were to have like, hey, what's up, Forsaken Bacon? But I bet in Minecraft they have they have like mountainy regions, but obviously all of their land isn't mountainous, so they must do a thing where they whoa, that looks weird. But they have these different like sort of generation sort of parameters, and they must sort of stitch things, like they must stitch like a mountain next to like a plain somehow, and maybe there's an intermediate sort of chunk, a couple chunks in the way or something.
No.
Let's do like 2 now. It's gonna keep coughing forever until I die. Until the day I die. Do, 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 do. I'm going to significantly make this smaller because it's too big. What's that? Oh, I see what's happening. That's what's happening, huh? Oh, just so beautiful. Just such beautiful little terrain. But still kind of cool, you know? Let's make them flatter. I don't know right now for Sing Bacon. Right now I'm playing around with a Perlin noise terrain generation. Like, and I think Minecraft uses Perlin noise, so this might look a little bit like Minecraft. But that's sort of why. Also because we're using these tiny little dirt blocks to represent everything, and we're playing around with it. We're seeing, and yeah, we're toying around with the idea of letting the player fly away in missions and then going to procedurally generated something, and then doing stuff with their colonists. So we're sort of playing with that and seeing, you know, sort of what it might look like. And then right now I'm just sort of having some fun with it. Let's go flatter. Let's go flat Earth on this shit, dude. There, now that's cool. It's like you could like ride like a dune buggy or something across something flatter, you know. Which is sort of fun. Put a little castle up here. And you can be like, look at my kingdom. I wonder. Also, if you want to colonize for scale, see, here's the actual. See, here's what it looks like. Whoa, that one looks weird. Colonist? Did I press C for colonist? Oh, the colonist is probably way down here, huh? Because this thing is super high in the sky. You can't tell. But let's see. Yeah, poor colonist. Oh well. I'm never gonna stop coughing until I die. I had an idea that we could generate a symmetrical asteroid using the Perlin noise, where the generated in one dimension, this graph could represent its maybe every y position's distance from the origin, from the center, and then we could make a symmetrical. It'd be symmetrical, like if you drew a line up and down, it'd be symmetrical. Maybe make a symmetrical asteroid, a single asteroid. Maybe.
No.
So we could guarantee just one large asteroid that they go into instead of, you know, a number of small chunks.
Yeah.
Which is possibly more fun anyway. Yeah. Because it feels more like an asteroid.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Plus, if it's just one big asteroid, then I don't have to worry about going somewhere else. Like getting a shuttle, you know. But I don't know. What I'll do is I'll toy around with generating something. See, I don't know about having multiple bases for Steak and Bacon because specifically it's kind of hard because you have to like save like the player's base here, and then you have to save the player's base when they go out to the to the wherever, to someone else say that too, and then they both have to get saved in the same save file and then loaded correctly. So I don't know. It's kind of technically hard. Like it's kind of hard just to make something load on one level, and it's kind of hard to do that. So I'm thinking it's more like just shorter missions. It's like imagine you're going out to the wilderness to get ice. So you go to like the ice biome and you go and get ice. There's like ice monsters, or maybe there's no ice monsters because maybe the ice is like the easy level. Then you come back with your goodies on your base and you process them. Now what we also want to do is have a ship that the player can customize that is made out of the same like floors that everything else is made out of. Oh, I kept that in, didn't I? Yeah, that's all right. Keep coughing. I had COVID like 3 weeks ago and I still like have coughs. My mic won't mute. You know how bad it is? You're trying to cough and like you press the mute button, it doesn't work. You're like, God, please. Because the way my mic mute button works is it starts flashing. So you have to like wait, okay, I'm gonna wait a half a second. Oh, it hasn't flashed. Okay, I had to press it again, and then you gotta wait a half a second and then see. It's not really half a second. It's more like instant, to be honest. That still kind of sucks. I mean, with these 3D asteroids, if I just put them flat, you can sort of see what they look like. I don't know. Like, is that fun? Several small asteroids that feel like you're in asteroids. You know, does it feel like you're in a small chunk? Also, the smaller we make the asteroids, Victor, the more likely they are to not be round, right? Because like you have less stuff to play with. So,
yeah.
Since they're made out of basically pixels, you know, it's like.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Because like these small chunks could be okay. You know, so they're okay. And also for the tile sets, if you're watching this, all of them are just using the same sort of floor model, and so they have less sort of variety than they would have otherwise. This is just more about their shape. And we just use like a gray color because gray's or like dirt because like the dirt. So yeah, are asteroids made of dirt? I don't even know what asteroids are. What even is dirt? Is dirt like a biological process? Or is dirt like a collection of like, or you know, just stuff that like would asteroids be made of dirt, or would they just be made of? I don't know. Or are they more like rocks?
Yeah, more like rocks.
I don't know. I don't know either way. Are they rocks?
Pretty sure
we should go to an asteroid just
Space
so that we can make the game as authentic as possible.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make these flat again. So I might try the asteroid thing. I don't know. I'm gonna make them flat though to have some more fun. Also, I'm pretty sure the reason we can't build anything is because of me. Because I destroyed the adjacent object finder component. I didn't destroy it, but what I did is I commented it out because I was trying to place a bunch of floors as agents. And the performance was really bad. So I commented all that stuff out. And then it was still bad. And I was like, oh, guess that's not it. And then I forgot. I'm telling you, Victor, I think you would have fun with in Tarkov. If it was free to play, there'd be no reason for you not to try it. But it's like $40. Because basically it's DayZ, but in more of an sort of almost in an arena-based format, almost. Think of like a DayZ Battle Royale or something like that.
No.
I know that every Battle Royale tries to be a DayZ Battle Royale, but this is like, it's not a Battle Royale though at all. So it's more like DayZ, but you know, you spawn to a map, and then if you die, you die. And then anything you come out with, you know, that you leave with, you keep. So like a Battle Royale where like looting matters. What'd you say?
How do you leave?
There are static extraction points on the map. And, we got a Twitch bot. That's so surprising. Oh, well. Anyway, there's several extracts, like exits. And so basically, like if you spawn like the left side of the map, you'll only be able to use the right side of the map extracts.
Oh, okay.
You just have to get there, you know. But obviously, if you run there, but then all the loot's in the map, so you know you're gonna, and it's all static, so you're gonna be going towards the same stuff over and over again, most likely. That's here, it is flat. Oh, I just can't move the camera. Okay. But see, it could be these little chunks. But these little chunks are kind of like boring. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know.
Yeah.
Like there could be like a zombie or something. I mean, this won't work that well because there's no actual floor here. What's even gonna happen if I try to place a zombie? Nothing, because there's no floor here, dude. What if I do this? What if I just place like a floor? No, this doesn't work that well. I should put the other floors like slightly higher so I can like put a zombie for scale.
Mm.
But then again, if it's just if it's just little things, I don't know. I don't know. You don't get that sense of exploration, though. You know, it's sort of, I think, an important part.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we go back to 0. Oops. Nice. I'm going to go back here to 0. We're going to generate lots of flatness. And then let's start to put in some lakes. Some more lakes. Whoa. And maybe some more. There. Just could do bigger chunks of terrain like this. But then they don't look like asteroids anymore. Now they just look like something else. And they look like StarCraft levels or something. You know? They don't. It doesn't matter that they look like asteroids. I don't know. Like maybe it doesn't even matter that much. It's like, oh, I just want the level, you know? Because in terms of size, I mean, this has the size that, you know, that we would probably want.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that's tough too is that if I just generate one asteroid, I would guess that there's not that much variety I can put into one asteroid. I mean, it'll have all sorts of different shapes. It'll always be symmetrical though, and maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it will feel like, oh, okay. So, and maybe also doesn't matter how much visual variety there is on an asteroid. I don't know, you know. In terms of the layout, I mean, you know.
I mean, it wouldn't be difficult to me to just draw like a fairly nice pattern.
For what?
Just have. I mean, just draw the fairly nice pattern for the asteroids.
No, I mean for what though specifically?
For generating the asteroids.
Let's make these smaller, bigger rather. Yeah, but when you say generating the asteroids, what do you mean? Do you mean what you just saw?
Yeah.
Where they don't look like asteroids? Where they just look like chunks of terrain?
No, I mean, I could draw them so they look like asteroids.
You could draw what so they look like asteroids?
Probably nice.
I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, how can you draw... The pearl noise is generated at runtime. So, like, what do you mean you could draw it, I guess? I don't understand what you mean.
Just make like a black and white height map.
Why?
Instead of generating, you know, using complete...
Right, but if you have a static height map, they're always going to be the same asteroids every time.
Well, I can make, you know, I can draw different kind of like edges, and they, you know, if I draw like a bunch of white asteroids and then I sort of fade them out to black, and then you can sort of randomize, you know, what is being used, just like the current parallel noise. And then they will have, you know, different shapes.
What problem is that solving, I guess? Because the pearl noise is essentially generating what you would be drawing manually. So what's the advantage of you drawing it manually? Because if you draw it manually, there's only one. Or there's however many you draw manually, you know? Whereas if you generate it, there's an infinite number. Of the same basic shape, I would assume. Oh, you're right? Like the same... Because your argument would be, I would imagine, that if you hand draw it, you have some quality control there. You can make sure that any of the white noise is okay.
Yeah.
Then you have to draw enough, and then it's not going to be as much variety. But you have to draw a lot, probably. Or hand make an asteroid or something. But some of the benefit of having sort of a roguelike system is that it's generated.
Yeah. But I mean, they can still be generated, you know, like the ores and all of that.
I don't know. I'm not feeling it like feeling the hand drawn one because they're gonna be static no matter what. The thing is, they could also be big chunks like this, but I don't know. We could maybe do some modifications to your white noise, maybe with some sort of algorithm, maybe some Perla noise. Maybe there's a way we can do it where it has that variety. But I guess I don't know. I don't know, maybe. I know there's a rough shape as well. I don't have paint up on this anymore. I'm going to put paint up real quick. Paint, which is what I need. Remixer or Stream Deck. And let's put paint. Wait, where does paint go? Does paint go here? Sure, you can go there. Paint. Scene. Drag a scene. What's the scene? The scene is paint. No, it's a source, rather. Darn it. Source. Source. The source is paint. And the source is paint. Did I do it? Paint. I did it. I think. Why does it look like this, though? It's like the resolution of paint is all sorts of weird or something. I have to change its transform somehow. What if I stretch to screen? What if I fit to screen? Because this is not what I'm seeing in paint. So why does it look like this? Reset transform. Where is the paint? Like I can see this is the canvas, but what's in all black for some reason is like the toolbar area, like the top area is like all in black. Like all I can see, like, is it a bug or something? Because like you can see like the little, the Bob Ross sort of, the thing where you put all your paints on. What's the thing you put all your, when you paint, what'd you say?
The palette.
Yeah, if that's a real word, yeah, palette. But you can see the palette on the top left corner, like that's the icon. So, I don't know what that's all about. Let me just add a new paint scene real quick. I don't know what that was about, you know? Like, why is it like that? Okay, and then I'm going to do paint. It still does the same thing. Why is that? Is it like a bug with sort of paint? Is it because it's two separate windows somehow? If it's two separate windows, what would it be then? It would still be a window capture, wouldn't it? I don't know. Very weird. Who knows? I'm sure someone out there knows why it is this way, but I don't know why it is this way. Ugh, now I have to do something. Gotta go back to the Stream Deck, go back to paint, and make the source paint. I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. But I feel like we don't need it to be that big anyway. It's so weird though. So what if I just remove this black part? I'll just remove it. So it's like there. I can have paint up and I can be like, yep. But if you generated something yourself, you know, maybe you could just have. But it's like the thing I'm about to describe is like something I could just do in code. I don't like it's not unnecessary for you to do this, but because you could have like a circle sort of shape in the middle. So and then everything else is white, and this inside is going to be black. Let's just say it's a black and white thing. It doesn't have to be grayscale necessarily. It could literally just be binary, right? So this is like sort of circular, and then you're sort of hand drawing what the general shape of the asteroid's supposed to be, and then. You know, I mean, obviously very easily populate this and make this into an asteroid. But then all of them are going to be largely the same. Unless you're putting some randomization on top of it. Because this is what you're describing with the white noise thing. I might be zooming in on one particular thing. But that's what's going to, at the end of the day, it's going to be this pattern is being used to somehow generate the asteroid, you know? And so unless the pattern is being sort of manipulated a little bit, it's going to end up with the same product, you know? Or there's sort of like, there'll be like a consistent asteroid is generated or something like that.
Yeah.
Because maybe your concern was that sometimes the generator white noise is just garbage, right? It's like it's not useful.
No.
It's like it's kind of bad. It's like it's bad or something. It's like, oh man. What's up, Help a Hell? TV. Hope of Hell TV is like the Satanic Network. It's like the equivalent to the preachers, the Christian preachers, but it's Hope of Hell. And they just do whatever satanic people do. I don't know. They murder sheeps. They kill kids in the 80s. And they resurrect the It Clown. How weird is it that so many murders... I don't know if there's so many, but like murders in the 80s would get blamed on like satanic cults. Like they exist. Maybe they do exist, but I can't imagine they're murdering people. I would imagine that most people in satanic cults are probably gross. They're probably pretty disgusting people.
Depends on what kind of Satanist we're talking about. Or satanic.
I feel like I did something that I was supposed to tell you about. That I want to tell you about, but I can't remember what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what Hot Topic is?
Yeah.
You said yeah?
Yeah.
I went to a comedy show and the guy said that me and my wife look like we met at Hot Topic. Let's do what am I gonna do here? Let's do rounder. If I make this persistent like really high, like 4, and then make this like 5, and I totally did 4 on accident instead. Little chunks of land. Have a little kingdom down here. These little bastards could live down here. See, if the asteroids are small, what you're getting is more of an asteroid field, an asteroid belt sort of feeling or something like that. And then you kind of get that sort of exploring sense, maybe a little bit. And an advantage, too, of keeping them small. Then again, they could still be small and be sort of so roundish, but... it's going good, I think. We had a patch yesterday, 2 days ago. I don't know, the days all blur together. Wednesday? Did we do a patch Wednesday or Thursday? I don't even know anymore, man. Was it yesterday? Okay. Yeah, with some miscellaneous bug fixes. I fixed the bug where columns would explode sometimes. So, also we fixed Big Fuel. So Big Fuel has been fixed as well. And now we're looking at improving the resource acquisition system, and so we're doing... Looking at ways of doing that. But when they're small, in small chunks, something that's fun is that if there was some enemy, some interesting loot or something on one of the islands, they're only on that island, and you could avoid that island if you want to. Oh, it'd be coming along. And there's something kind of nice about that, and more of an island-based thing, But like I don't know. Also, the tile set itself, like the tile set could maybe just be made rounder, and maybe it would just look pretty okay. I don't know,
Yeah,
because like
a mix of both.
Because these asteroid shapes are fine if they were rounder. They would look like asteroids. They would look like chunks of asteroid, little chunks,
Some of them are super weird how they're
Gonna
connected.
put it in perspective, people. It's this big. See, it's pretty big. Sometimes it's freaking chat. Doesn't scroll all the way. Vum today. Is that a bot? I don't know. His name's Guy Ramos, and he said Vum today. Is that a greeting, or is he a bot? I don't know. But which ones look weird? I mean, I don't think any of them really look weird. Like some of them, like I have my cursor sort of over one that's sort of weird, but it's not like that weird. It just looks like an asteroid that got sort of broken into a smaller chunk or something. This one is tiny, but it's not really so. Oh, it's a tiny asteroid. Okay. This one is weird. It's just a 1x1.
It's like a fish asteroid.
It does look like a fish. It looks just like a fish. I know. But if there's just, as long as there's enough viable asteroids in the generation, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. The thing is, we get the occasional bot, and they always say things like that, and I'm like, hey, you're a real person? They're like, no, I'm not. And then I end up banning the person. Well, not usually if they say that, but eventually. What's coming next is like, what is it? Like, fully unclothed stripping or something like that? That's going to be what you're seeing soon. Is that what the message is, Victor? I don't remember. Something like that, though, right? It's like, see...
I'm like clothless stripping.
Yeah, clothless stripping or something is going to be inbound soon. And I don't know who does this. I don't know how they target it. They must, obviously, they haven't heard of me. Like, they haven't heard, like, the stream. So they must have some computer somewhere is running some program that just, calls the Twitch APIs or whatever, the YouTube APIs, and is like, who's streaming? Let me find all the streams, and then just have my bot message in all of the streams. Yeah, I mean, like, I assume there's a link or something. Yeah, like some sort of porn bot or something, because it'll just randomly say like, unclothed stripping. Click here. And you're like, okay. Hot local singles in your area looking to hook up? No, it wasn't one of those messages, but I wish it was. Those are the best messages. Wouldn't it be funny if you saw like that the pop up, hot young singles in your area want to hook up, and it's like your mom. It's like a picture of your mom. Like, damn. Would you say that your mom is a hot young single?
No.
She's neither hot nor single? Or is she one or the other?
Well, she's not young.
Do they have a Y sound in Sweden?
Yeah.
I only asked because you said like jung, and then like sort of like,
Yeah,
like a
because
J,
I always,
like a J.
I
And I
always
was like,
mess them up. Like,
do they have W sound?
and jung? Yeah. Well,
How do you say your name in Swedish, Victor?
actually, no, we don't have W sound. We only have
Because sometimes when there's W's, you like you throw a V in there. Some, but not always, but just sometimes. So I'm like, is it because they don't have the sound, or is it because maybe their word for it has? Because that's gotta be confusing sometimes, doesn't it? If like the Swedish word and the English word is close, and you're like, uh oh, which one is it again?
Yeah. Like warning. It's warning.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like those, you're like so I was like, was it because they don't have the sound, or is it because it's so close? It's like, it's just like the default. It's weird when you don't have sounds in your language, because it's really hard to like hear them, and it's really hard to say them.
Yeah.
Like when I was in the army, they were trying to teach me Pashto, one of the languages they speak in Afghanistan, and it's just, and they have a lot of sounds that we just don't have, and so you're just kind of, you're making a noise, but it's not the right noise. A lot of like guttural, like things like chodai, something like that. But you can't do it quite right, so they Romanize it. But like Pashto is actually like Pakto, something like that. But in Kandahar, they pronounce that noise, like the noise, as like sh, which makes it very easy for English speakers because you say Pashto instead of Pakto. But I'm not saying I'm but it's hard to make noises that you've never made before. Like you can't hear them. Like in your head, you're like, oh, in your head, it's like, oh, I'm doing it correctly, but you're not saying it correctly. I think that's what happens with a lot of people who don't speak English natively. When they have like those silly accents, you're like, how do they not know, right? How do they not know what they sound like? And I think it's because in their head, they think that like, I'm pronouncing it correctly because it's hard to hear it.
Oh, did you watch that Ira Swede thing?
I clicked it. There was a website. I scrolled through the website.
He has like the most typical Swedish accent.
I literally don't know if Hope of Hellas made a joke. I don't know if language is hard as a joke because he misspelled it, which is funny, or if he's had a genuine typo moment, which makes it funnier. So if he was making a joke, it's now funnier than it would have been had he not done that. Let's make him even bigger. Let's make bigger chunks of terrain. Starmancer Victor. It says eataswede.com.
Would you eat lab-grown human meat?
Yeah, why not? It would taste good. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I would have no moral convictions. It's not a person, you know? Yeah, I would absolutely eat it. I would eat a person if it wasn't grown in a lab. Are you serious? Like, I would go to Epstein's Island to eat a person. I don't care. I don't need to have sex with them first. Just eat them. Marinate them. And you know what I'm saying, fellas? But seriously, I would eat them. You know? I would eat a person. I don't care. Why do you care if they're dead? Who cares? Even if I have to, do it myself. It's like, who cares? It's not that big of a deal. People die all the time. People get eaten all the time. Are people's lives worth that much more than a cow's life? You ever see a cow? They're pretty cute. Meat is meat. At the end of the day, we're all just proteins, man. That's what I say.
Well, I mean, it makes sense if
I would eat you
meat in a lab.
Victor, I would eat you. I would eat you. If that's what you wanted, like you're like, my last will is like I want to be eaten by Tyler. All of me, including like like the gross parts, like my cheekbones and stuff, and I'd make you into a soup or something. Is what I would do. I'd boil my stock. I got a big stock pot, dude. Put you in there. Put a little your thigh in there, a little bit of bone in there. Make a stew.
Like a classic like cannibal.
Absolutely, you know, it's like what do you the classic cannibal pot. I'd jar up your eyeballs or something. You know, it's just you don't weigh that much. What are you like? Well, you're something in pounds and kilograms. It's a nonsense unit. I don't know what that means, but
I have no idea.
you probably weigh about as much as I weigh. You know, I got a family of 4. We'll probably eat you pretty quick.
How much do you weigh? Like
I want to say like 180, maybe 185 pounds. Oh my god, dude! I just spilled coffee all over. Oh god, it's so bad. It's so bad, dude. It's everywhere. The lid wasn't on tight. Fucking 15 hours an hour, my ass, dude. You want $50? You can go. Fuck off. Oh god, the lid wasn't on tight. What's happening? A defective lid, dude. I was sabotaged. Dude, it's everywhere. All right, well, I'll be right back. Because there's a goddamn mess of coffee. Stare at this, people. Just look at. Yeah. Actually, you know what could be fun? Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Oh my god. What? I need water too. You can't just listen and be like, I still need water. I can't just wipe this off with a dry towel.
Right.
Dry ass towel. Like, oh, wipe me a towel. That's my wife gave me. My wife gave me a dry towel. I can't just do a dry towel wipes off my clothes. I still got to go upstairs. What's that, Pipsqueak? I don't know what just happened. And those things happen. You're like, what are you doing right now? I don't need your towel, man. Nah, here's what I'll do. Oops. I'm going to give you guys terrain every 2 seconds. And then I can go clean myself, then you have something to watch. That isn't a dry towel. You dry ass towel. Get the fuck out of here. Dry ass towel. Ugh. Reloading script assemblies. Coffee is the worst to spill too because like the smell. It's like so strong, you know?
Well, probably worse to spill
beer. Is what?
Beer is probably worse.
Yeah, beer's pretty bad too. Yeah. What are you doing? I'm gonna go upstairs. Yeah. Then again, coffee is kind of a bad smell. All right. I mean, like it's like a strong smell. That is. It's it's not like a something. It's not like I can ignore this sort of smell. You know. Let's do this. See what this looks like. Too much? Yeah, too much. Let's do like 5 instead. Let's see what that looks like. Let's get something interesting to generate. Oh, that's very weird. Too round. Let's make it less round. There. Now you can just look at this. These riverbeds or something. You can enjoy your riverbeds. Let's 3. Yeah. I don't drink that much coffee. I don't like drinking so much that I get like a caffeine headache if I don't drink coffee. This is not the right thing to change at all. This is going to be nonsense in a second.
For me, that's like any amount of coffee. I will have a headache if I don't keep drinking coffee the next day.
Do you never drink caffeine?
I do. But I can't stop with cold turkey.
What'd you say? You can't stop cold turkey?
Mm.
Yeah. There. Then I just look at lots of fun terrain being generated or something. There, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Fucking night.
But now I'm just gonna be like cold and like I'm just gonna be like wet, you know? It was right at that cusp. What's up, Game Freak? It was right at that cusp where I'm like, do I change my clothes? You know?
No.
But I like this sweater. Just didn't want to. There's like this whole secret setup I have to, you know, do. Where like wrap like this blanket around my legs and stuff. It's pretty cute. You know, 'cause it's so cold down here. Okay.
You have your space blanket.
I actually have the space blankets on the wall. I have some in my car and some on the wall. McCafe. McDonald's stands with the Ukraine and their people. You guys realize? I'm pretty sure that saying the Ukraine is like somehow offensive now. So like that's kind of a funny thing to say. Like McDonald's stands with the Ukraine. I meant to say the Ukrainian people, but I didn't.
No.
Can you say something again? Dude, I don't think my headphones are plugged in right now all the way.
Weird.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay, now you're back. Weird. Must have gotten moved a little bit. You know how these articles come out and they're always about some silly thing or whatever, you know? Well, this silly thing was you should just say Ukraine instead of the Ukraine. I said I didn't even know people said the Ukraine, but okay. Okay. And I still don't know anything about Ukraine. I don't know if they're good people. I'm not going to assume that they are. Most people are terrible.
Oh.
Like, I'm not saying they deserve to be invaded or nothing like that. What I'm saying is, like, I don't know anything about them. I'm not going to be like, yeah, I love Ukraine all of a sudden like everyone else. You know, I don't know who they are. Maybe they suck. I don't know.
Well, their president seems to be genuinely awesome day.
I bet at the end of the day, I'm guessing that most leaders of countries tend to be pretty patriotic about their country. At least I like to hope so, you know? Like, I like to think that if, you know, Sweden was invaded, like, what do you guys have? Like, who's the leader of your country? What's the position?
Prime Minister.
I like to think that your prime minister would be, you ever see the show Occupied? I'd like to think he'd be doing the Occupied thing. There it is.
Doing
Okay, add to block list. There we go, it's done. What about Occupied, Victor?
Yeah, I don't remember what the president's or the prime minister is doing.
The premise of the do you remember the premise? But the premise is that it's based in Norway.
Yeah.
They switch. They vote in some green party. They get dependence on or independence from like fossil fuel or something. At which point Russia invades because like, hold up, we're selling so much, you know, natural gas or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, and then some sort of a very small sort of guerrilla military resistance forms, and the Prime Minister of Norway gives a dope speech at the embassy of the United States, and he's like, "You should fight." Anyway, I like to think that's what most world leaders do.
No, I sort of remember it now.
Being Swedish, when you watch shows like Occupied, you're like, "Yeah, fuck the Norwegians. They kind of deserve it."
No,
I'm just kidding, obviously. You're like, but is there some like sort of rivalry? Like there's a rivalry a little bit between Michigan and Ohio. Like I don't hope that anyone from Ohio dies, but like if there was a car accident and it was full of people from Ohio, I'd be like, well, they're from Ohio, you know? Or it wouldn't be that dark, but it'd be more like, I don't know. Like if some like white trash or a Walmart-y sort of situation happened, you know? And if they're from Ohio, you'd be like, oh, they're from Ohio. What can you expect, you know? Like, and I think also part of the joke is that Michigan and Ohio are essentially the exact same, by the way. So it's, I don't know. There's like some sports rivalries which burn into. It's not real though. It's not like I'm from Ohio and I have friends live in Ohio. It's not like we're like, oh fuck the Ohio people. It's just like a fun thing to do. It's like for like when kids are from another high school, you know, you're like, oh, they're from the other high school, screw them, you know. But you don't actually hate the kids. You're like, ah, oh, screw them. What's happening there? That's interesting. This must be too high. That's kind of cool, though. I'm going to stop watching this in a second. We're all going to stop watching this in a second. But for now, you get to just watch this terrain get generated. You know, let's add more variability. That could be interesting. Do that. So let's see. We have a lot of variety now. Well, that's weird. Whoa, weird too. All right, too big. I made this too big, obviously. There. We do this.
You make those into like sliders.
No, I'm not gonna make them into sliders for you. Just change the values, dude. Just change the values, dog.
So much nicer.
No, it's not, and here's why. Because the sensitivity of the slider is hard to control.
Yeah.
You don't think about that. You're like, just make the two tighter. But like, the reality is like this, like the, you know, a slider is good if you want to go from 0% to 100% or like 50%, right? So if you want to like take the slider halfway, that's 50%. Well, 50% of what? You know, what's the range?
Oh, you have to define the range.
You can control click things in Unity if you really want to slider, or not even control click. You can just like literally put the mouse over it and just like hold and like move it. So, which gives you what you want anyway. It's just that you don't have to type. I don't want to have to type, says Victor. Don't make me whatever. Just don't make me type. I'll draw anything you want, Tyler. Just don't make me type. Yeah, but you don't have to.
But what you want is really like the max and minimum. You know, you want the range.
What's the range, dog?
Range.
What's the min? What's the max? What's the min? Like you have to figure out the range, you know?
Yeah.
make him a slider because Victor doesn't want to have to type. Victor doesn't know how to spell. That's his problem. He doesn't know numbers.
I don't know how to spell numbers.
He doesn't know how to spell numbers. He's like, I don't understand them. It's a nightmare. It's a freaking nightmare. I can't play any video games. Whenever I get experience, I don't know what it means. When there's more numbers, I know it's bigger. That's all I know. I know that 2 numbers means more than 1 number, usually. Good. Hey, what's up, dude? I don't know where Mom is, boy. You can kind of see Graham in the background a little bit. Graham, come right here, dude. You want to come right here, buddy? You come right here, kid. You don't have to. You don't have to. Okay. Bye. Bye. He left. Bye, Graham. I'll miss you. Goodbye.
You said boy in like the most redneck way possible.
Come here, boy.
Boy.
I love you, Graham. He's like 3.5. He's pretty cool. He's a good kid. He was playing. He got first in a Mario Kart race this morning, actually.
Alright.
Mm-hmm. It was the 50 cc's, which is the slowest, but you know, I think that's fine. Who cares? Give it a shot.
Yeah.
First place. Now, I happen to notice that the game tries very hard. The game tries very, very hard to ensure that you always get at least 4th place. Very hard. It's like the other drivers won't even move basically if you're below 4th place. And also, it'll the cart will basically drive itself.
Yeah.
If you maybe never notice. It's one of those interesting things that you'd never notice if you were competent, because you like why you never just do it. But if you're a kid, it's really interesting that like a 3-year-old can play Mario Kart and still have fun. You know, he likes to pick the car. He understands like the power ups. It's like it's all done in a way that like literally a 3-year-old can understand. And I think that's really, I don't know. There's lessons to be learned from that somehow. You know.
But you can turn off like that automatic like auto like steering, the thing that keeps you on on the track.
I was playing at my friend's house the other day, and like has like the guest account or whatever, and by default it has a thing on where it's like turn to steer, but I didn't know turn to steer was on, so I was trying to like drive. I was very hot and drunk, and I was trying to drive with like the joysticks, and like I couldn't understand why it was so hard. I'm like, I don't remember Mario Kart being this impossible, because I would move my controller a little bit as I was driving, you know, and then like veer off to the left or right. I'm like, what's going on? Like, is it the cart that I chose? Like, what's happening? Because I was always offsetting it, like with my control, like at all times I was steering, you know? So it's just like weird. I guess I'm overcorrecting. I could not figure out for the life of me what was going on. Mario Kart's also, I don't know, man. It's kind of a weird game to play with your friends, because if one friend's better, they're just gonna win.
Yeah.
Like it's not like Mario Party. If one friend is better, you can kind of gang up on him, or like you can do things where like that person's not guaranteed to win.
Yeah.
But in Mario Kart, they're just like, bye. They're just like, later.
Yeah.
It's like the
Or Smash.
Yeah. At least in Smash, you could like team up on them or something, or you could like have items, and like your good friend doesn't use items, maybe. Yeah, Smash is just much more clear. Right? What's that?
There's handicap, right?
In Smash or in Mario Kart?
In Smash. Well, there might be in Mario Kart as well.
Is there? Maybe you can start with a certain percentage or something. You can also... Dude, I played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater online, and the challenge was like, be the first one to get like 200,000 points, which is a decent amount of points. For context, 200,000 points is more than like the point requirement for like because in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater you gotta like do challenges to unlock the next level, and 200,000 is more than like any point requirement for a single level, and so that's the amount of points you can get in while you're playing for 2 minutes. So it's pretty high. This guy, I was playing online, the challenge was be the first to get 200,000 points. He did it in under 5 seconds. I don't even know how. I assume he's not cheating, because he seemed like he was pretty good, because I played another lobby with him. He seemed like he was pretty good. So it took him like 2 seconds, like 5 seconds, like literally, I'm not joking, 10 seconds, 10 to 20 seconds to get it. Like I was just starting my first one. I'm like, okay, I'm pretty good. I'm okay. I was starting doing this. I was at like 20,000, and it just said game over. I'm like, what's happening right now? So it was like he immediately just knew how to find the combo and win. But I feel like a lot of these games, man, they don't hold up to actual scrutiny, like in terms of like high level balance. Like Mario Party, I guarantee, once you understand the meta, like it's probably not balanced. All these games, like no games hold up to a lot of scrutiny, which kind of sucks because like the more you get into it, the more that you ruin the fun for everybody. Like, did you ever play Fall Guys?
Yeah.
Fall Guys was very fun, I thought, when it first came out. Because everyone was equal. You know, like when a new game comes out, it's really fun because everyone's equally bad. Like, you remember when H1Z1 came out, man? How fun that was? And we played on like launch day. Because it's like no one knows what to do yet. We're all having fun. We also want to play a zombie game, you know, like a zombie survival. We're just having fun. We're not trying to like get the best guns or anything yet. We're just literally in the world having fun. And then over time, less and less people play, and you're left with people who really like the game and are obsessed with it. They learn more and more about it, and then you just can't do anything. So if you try to play like Fall Guys now, it's just full of tryhards. It's full of people who love Fall Guys that they're still playing it, and you can't win now. I mean, it was never balanced that perfectly, but I don't know if it's necessary, but still. So there's like a period of time in which you can enjoy these sort of phenomenon, right? Not very long. All right, Victor, I'm gonna go into this. Also, dude, I'm getting a tattoo March 31st. I'm pretty nervous because what if it sucks?
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's an alien abducting a guy, or perhaps what I want it to be is an alien abducting an astronaut squirrel. To be honest, but I can show you the concept art I sent him. I feel like you could draw a tattoo, like a pixel tattoo or something. I could be like, tattoo this on my body. Like that could be fun, maybe. Just like a tattoo like this. I don't know how well in focus it's gonna be, but you'll see it in a second. It's not that in focus, but you can still get the gist of it. You know what I mean? You get the gist of what it is, man. But like, what if it sucks? Like that's that nerve-wracking part. It's just like stuck. Here's the thing. I'm not okay. When I get a haircut, I always tell the person that I liked it. Always. I don't have the courage to. I don't have the courage for someone to like show me a mock-up and then me say I don't like that. It's just gonna be in my body forever, basically no matter what. But what do you and because like they're doing the best job they can, right? That's sort of the thing, right? You go to them because you like their work and you're like, okay, I like what you've done, and I have confidence that you know you can do it. Actually, you know what we could do? It could be fun. I could show you the tattoo artist. If I remembered his name, Brian Briggs Tattoos. So to all, I just googled BR on accident. Brian Briggs Tattoo. Did I get it? I can show you. So it's got like cool tattoos and stuff. He's a cool dude. Looks like he likes that marijuana lifestyle, dude. If I find, what's this? Here's some sort of astronaut sort of situation going on. What is this? Oh, I see. I don't know. Random pictures. Here's a turtle, apparently. Here's a turtle. Here's some sort of skull. Here's some sort of flower. Many of his his things are videos, which is kind of annoying because I don't want to watch a video. You know? Can we zoom out somehow? No, we cannot. Oh, this person got a cool League of Legends tattoo. You see it right here? Oh yeah, you can definitely see it now. Here's like a video of this. This is just like some local person, you know? But I'm like, oh, I don't know. Like here's a pretty cool looking sleeve. This person, for whatever reason, decided that they just liked the ocean. They wanted ocean sort of stuff. What's hard to judge too is you like look at some of the tattoos and like I wouldn't get that tattoo, but like I guess it's fine. Like a tiger, you're like I guess that's cool. I guess like if you like that sort of thing. Oh, here's a cool like Red Wings octopus or something. Yeah, is hockey popular in Sweden? Is that a stupid question? Maybe it's a stupid question.
Yeah, pretty popular.
Do you guys have like a big team? You must have like several big teams, right?
Yeah.
This is actually a pretty cool tattoo. It's actually a really interesting tattoo. Some of these tattoos kind of like pixel art. If you zoom in on it too much, it does it. It kind of you can't really get the sense for what it is. You know. You gotta like view it from far away, kind of. I don't know. Oh, so this one's really cool too. It's like some sort of like samurai sort of situation going on. All right, but enough about that. Enough about that. Back to train. About to ascend to the stratosphere, Victor.
What is it?
I said about to ascend into the stratosphere. Also says I'm going to Florida. The procrastination has set in. There's literally smoke coming out of my mouth right now. I have to do it so slow. You can see it's very subtle, but you can see it on stream. The other day, at city office, one lady who worked there come up to me. She's like, "Tyler, is this your joint that I found in the trash or something like that?" I said, "Oh yeah, that was mine. I said I don't know where to put them after I smoke them." And she's like, "Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna go flush it down the toilet." And I said, "Okay, okay, you weirdo." Like, it's not illegal, you freaks. The hell, you guys are so weird about it because it was illegal for so long. So there's like that weirdness about it, you know. Yeah. Like if you had a cigarette butt, wouldn't you put it in the trash? Where I'm not gonna put it on the floor, you freaks. I mean, there's a weirdness, I guess, in that I had to carry it inside to put it in the trash, you know? I guess, but like, I was smoking outside. I wasn't going to like just put it, like, I wasn't just going to leave it on the floor. I hate when people just put their butts on the ground, man. This is littering, you know? It is littering. I hate it.
But isn't it all organic? Can't you just put it in...
Most things are organic, man. You can't just throw a freaking apple or something on the floor.
No, but you can throw an apple in a bush or something.
I don't know, but... I guess. I don't know. It's like paper. It's like a paper product. I feel like it's still trashing it. Isn't it?
I mean, like a cigarette has a bunch of bad stuff in it. Like,
I guess I don't know. I just listen. My reaction was don't litter. Okay, I'll be honest. My reaction was just don't litter. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to not litter, Victor. Okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe littering is a good thing sometimes. Victor thinks littering is an okay thing. He doesn't care about littering. He says that's fine. You can litter, but I don't feel that way, Victor. I care about my fellow person more than you do. I think. Uh-huh. You were just like, I don't care. I don't care. But I do care, Victor. Oh, that was a cool one. Oh, stop! Damn it. No, that was actually good terrain right there. What was that? Hang on.
Feeding like the worms in the bushes.
No, I don't care about those things. Sometimes, actually, though, I do think, like, whenever, like, you dump marijuana out somewhere, I'm like, I hope some little ant or something gets high off of this or something, you know, has a little better, finds, like, a little treasure, you know? Just sounds nice, doesn't it? Little squirrel or something. A little squirrel gets messed up a little bit. Let's try that one. This is way too big. But like some of these... Man, too big. Yeah, I've had this this speaker for like, I don't know, 6 years or something. Since before Graham was conceived. Since before our Kickstarter, right? So Graham's like 3.5, so 4 or 5 years. And like the port, if you plug headphones into it, sometimes they like cut out a little bit. You have to like turn the volume up high enough so it stops cutting out.
Would be like corrosion.
Maybe. I also think it might just be the cable that I'm using, perhaps the cord. It could also be my headphones. I don't know. Because I always plug the same headphones in as well, so I don't know. Also, when the lady said, "Tyler, is this your joint?" I said, "Oh yeah, that was totally mine." She said, "Yeah, I figured." And I'm like, "What's that supposed to mean?" Because it's not. Because I don't like smoke like more than anybody else there. I mean, more than the people who don't smoke, I guess. It's just that when I'm smoking, I'm the type of guy that's like, "Yo, you guys want to smoke or what's like?" Because if someone's like I'm smoking and there's someone near me, I'm like, "You want to smoke? Like if you want to, it's no problem. Like I don't care, you know." Like I'm inviting, you know. I'm like, if you want, you can. Okay. I think it's more like she was concerned that her boss would see it, even though he wouldn't. But I think there was a concern, you know. They're like, "Oh, there's marijuana down here." Like we have alcohol in the fridge, you know. Again, I didn't get in trouble. It wasn't anything like that. It was just more the situation was like, but I put it in the trash where you're supposed to trash things in the trash. This is the appropriate. The society has said put the garbage here.
Yeah.
But now I got to go off camera again. I was supposed to do yoga tonight. I don't know if I want to. I started doing yoga. Makes me like pretty sore. Also, the amount of old man penis I've had to see at the gym. At like the Y. Calling it the gym seems pretentious. At the Y is like.
Oh, you mean in like in the showers?
Yeah, in the locker rooms. Yeah. To put in the locker rooms.
Like, what?
Old men will just be naked. They don't care. They don't care. They have no, and should they? They shouldn't care, right? It's just their bodies, right? Why should they be like, why is it offensive for me to see their bodies? You know what I mean? Like they're in no way being sexual. They're just like, oh, this is what I look like. It's like the way a little kid gets naked, you know? Little kids get naked. They're not trying to be sexual. They're just like, oh, I just feel comfortable this way. Like old men, they'll have long conversations. The news is always on as well, like on one of the TVs. The other day, like they were playing something about the news was doing something, some slightly controversial issue, and some old man came up and just changed the channel to like the local news. I thought it was really funny. Alright, so I'm going to try to generate an actual thing, and I'm just going to let you guys keep looking at this, because it's more interesting than looking at the code. And what I'm going to try to do, Victor, is I'm going to try to make a symmetrical asteroid, in which, actually I can show some paint, so I can show you what I'm thinking. You'll be able to see a little bit. It's actually kind of, the little paint thing is kind of nice, because I can like a little picture-in-picture sort of thing. I'm going to make it all black, though. Nice little black background, maybe. And then I can do a little alt magic. There. Do something like that. Black, I feel like is nice. What about green? What does green look like? Green's okay. What's a good background color for this? So it's not like, because like I feel like white like hurts my eyes, you know?
No.
It's like, what's blue? Blue's kind of fun. This isn't going to be on all the time. It's going to be only when it's on, you know? Whatever. We'll try white, and we'll do matrix, sort of. Does this look like matrixy? Yeah, it does. And then what we're going to do is, so imagine you have like a circle. So you have a little circle. There's my beautiful circle. Okay. Wow, this thing has different scale as well, so everything's just sort of weird with this. If you took the center point, and then just like on every Y, so draw a line straight up and down, like here. That was not a straight line at all. Oh my god. Okay, like that maybe. With this maybe being 0 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. I feel like I have better handwriting in paint than I have in real life. So that's where I'm at in life. And then just draw a line here. Generate how long it's gonna. What's the distance here? And then generate again. What's the distance here? What's the distance here? Using these as values: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's one-dimensional. And again, one-dimensional looks like a graph. You know, 2 dimensions looks like a heat map. So to think of it that way. And then 3 dimensions is going to look like sort of terrain, like mountainy, like I was showing earlier. Yeah. So anyway, then you get the distance. It's all this, and because it's a graph, and you're never going to have big jumps. You know, so you're never going to have something where the radius goes from really big to really tiny with a real steep difference. You'll never ever have that. It's always going to be this gradual thing. And it has to be symmetrical as well, by the way, for this to work. Then we get distance to origin, and then what you can do is start the center, or start down here maybe. And let's say 0 was 5 wide, and 1 was, again, 5 wide isn't quite correct. The distance to origin is what you were looking at. And then this, again, distance to origin is 8 or something. Is that even possible? Yeah, it probably is. Anyway, so this guy down here would be kind of thinner, and this guy up here is going to be a little bit longer, like this maybe. He probably wouldn't be that long, just to be clear, because again, the distance to here, the distance to the edge is not the width. right? It's just the radius. It's just the distance from there to there. So because it's a circle. So for example, if the distance from here to the edge was 3, it would be a different width than if it was 3 down here. And that's because the asteroid isn't supposed to be. Don't think of it as a circle. Think of it more like as this type of shape or something. Something like that. Like a potato or something. Okay, so it was a potato. And then see here, the potato. It's not very, like this width is smaller. And clearly this width must be pretty high, right? So say it's pretty high. So anyway, even though the actual width here is not that much different, right? So, okay. And then what's happening? Oh yeah, and then it's just doing this thing. Anyway, but to do this, it has to be symmetrical, unfortunately. And the reason it has to be symmetrical is because of the graph, the pieces have to fit together smoothly, like so, right?
And you used to like a 360 thing.
Tell me how. What's a 360 thing? No, I mean, tell me what you mean by that, I guess. What I actually mean. What do you mean by that?
You go like...
I'm even going to turn off the music. I mean, turning off the music. Full attention. All right, what's up?
Yeah, you draw like a line by going like a clock or something.
That's basically what I'm doing. So here's the line, and then you're saying that draw, and then just go all the way around. Go here, and then go here.
But why does it have to be symmetrical? It just needs to.
Oh, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the way Perlin noise actually generates things is you pass it a coordinate, and then it spits out a value. Okay? So if you draw a graph, for example, that's just in 1 dimensions, right? And what you actually want for the asteroid is a continuous chunk that's going to eventually kind of loop back in on itself somehow, right? That's actually was not quite symmetrical. Actually, wasn't that bad. But anyway, eventually it has to loop back in on itself, which means that the value when you finish, so again, look at the graph, and if I were to take any subsection of this graph and say this is going to be my asteroid or something, so if I take some subsection of it like this, and I'll make this red, I say this is my graph, the line is so thick. Like here, where I took some subsection of it. If this was the width, and if I were to draw a circle, right? So let me just draw this here, circle. Like that. So but if this was sort of the width on one end, and this was the width on the other end, they have to connect. The two ends have to connect, you know?
Yeah.
So if one width was kind of like, it would look like this basically. So let's say you had a circle. Let's just say you wanted to split it up into 4 quadrants, something like that, right? Sort of easy, right? So 4 quadrants. What you'd have is like, let's say the width over here is like big, and then it just kind of does this thing, normal. And then later, this thing would turn, normal, and it might look like this or something. And then you'd have, and then just a straight line that would connect the two. At least I think so. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Because when the distances are about the same, or right, these units here, it's a nice continuous line. But when they're not, you have no guarantee that it's going to be the smooth thing. Because the reason the Perlin noise works is just because it generates this nice, smooth, sort of related things. Because without using some sort of noise algorithm, what would happen is you would just generate the width randomly, maybe, and then you'd end up with something that doesn't look like anything because it would just have. And also remember too that these have to be converted into actual squares at some point. Because our units are squares, right? So, but it would just look like just a set of random sort of weirdness like I'm about to draw, which would be like, imagine if this is the asteroid, which is just miscellaneous sort of widths, sometimes small, sometimes big, sort of, which are kind of weird. But then with this, the distances are going to tend to be the same. At least I think so. I haven't tried it. This is my idea. At least. No. Wouldn't it be so funny if the stream had stopped and we were just like talking? Anyway. But I guess you couldn't see what I was doing if that was the case, right? Man, I really like this, like putting paint in this little like picture-in-picture mode. You know, it's like you can like draw diagrams real quick and be like, look at this. Sort of fun. Yeah. But anyway, that's my hope anyway. But to make them connect, I'm pretty sure they have to be symmetrical. So I don't know. Something I thought about doing.
I mean,
yeah.
What if you have like a starting point,
Mm-hmm.
and then the closer you get to the starting point, like the more it sort of shifts towards the starting point?
I'm not sure that I understand what you mean by that.
Because you're like drawing a line and it
Uh-huh.
goes like up, down, up, down, up, down, and there's gonna be like,
Yep.
at some point it's gonna have to go back to the starting line to like
Oh, I see.
smoothly connect.
Yeah, I think I was about to say this next idea. If it's the same idea that you're describing, if it is, I don't know. So basically, if you look at this, there's sort of a y-axis, axis like this, and this represents the like the distance from center, something like that, right? So something like that. So distance from center is represented here. Can I rotate this somehow in Paint? Like, does Paint let me rotate this? Right. Oh God. Oh my God. Paint. Wow. It immediately just added those artifacts to it. Wow. You'll see it. You're probably about to. Weird. Rotate left. So this is like the distance. I was actually pretty easy to do, actually. I love these simple tools. They're so much nicer to me. So anyway, so this is actually the distance from the center. And then if you're like sort of think about it, again, distance from center, just think about it like distance here from center, 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 here from center.
I can see what you're doing right now.
Oh man, it's weird. My scale is very strange. Like I don't understand. I really don't. Transform center to screen. No, that's not right. Transform fit to screen. Now I'm just like living in here. Transform. Okay, I think I'm on the wrong thing. Maybe I need to maybe what all I'm doing is moving it, but I need to. I'm like moving it in the screen, but I need to like move it within itself or something. What is stretch to screen? No, that's not it either. Ah. I don't understand why this Paint is always just such a weird. What's scale filtering? What's what if I reset transform? That's now good. And I just need to make it smaller. And let's cut out this ugly white. And this ugly white, which is a scroll bar. And this ugly white, which is the bottom. And then now we have this. There. Now you can see it, right?
Yeah.
All right. So what I was doing was this is the center here, and then we're just drawing distance from center, sort of from center, from center, from center. Okay. And then if you were to draw, then connect it, you just sort of connect these pieces here. This would be the rough shape of the asteroid here. And then you could, I'm going to fill it in now. Like so, would be the rough shape of the asteroid. And I deliberately made this guy here not that wide compared to this guy, so that you could see sort of how it's what the problem would be. Yeah. But anyway, what you could do is if you draw a line straight through the graph, you could pick any arbitrary position that you want to start at. So let's just say that this is the start point. Then what you could do is the next time you get this value, you could decide, oh, is it now do I want to connect back to the start, or over here? You don't want to connect back to the start, maybe in some way at least, because that would give you a time when you could maybe transition back on the graph. I haven't, but then I was like, I don't even know if that would work. But I've thought about that. I don't know if that's what you were suggesting or not. But
yeah, something like that.
Right. Where you find like a value that you're like, okay, I get, because if the problem is that that like the widths, like sort of the distances need to be roughly the same, or else you're gonna get those weird artifacts or just weird straight lines. Then if you can force it to have the same values or just don't do it to us for values, then you could do something like that. But I mean, you don't have unlimited tries because at every iteration you have to use all these values. You can't just skip these values and not use them. So like the circle keeps going, you know? Like it just keeps going and 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 going. And then it's going to go down, 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 down or something. So I don't even know if it's possible. Because you have to keep like sort of using like connecting these dots. Yeah. Like at all times, you just keep connecting the dots and every time you generate the next value, connect the dots again, and connect the dots again, and connect the dots again, and connect the dots again. Because you can't just like discard one of the values as null, as bad until you get the value that you like.
No, but couldn't you like force it when there's like a certain percentage left?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you could. So I think if I understand what you're describing correctly, I'm going to just get rid of all this stuff. If I'm understanding what you're saying, it might work. I just want this to just go away. Just go away here. Thank you. I'm just going to draw a shape. So I'm going to draw a shape using just these parts of an asteroid, right? Like here. So that those sort of quadrants. And so I'll just sort of draw any old shape that I want. It doesn't really matter. And then it's going to do like this. Okay, cool. So I've drawn the shape here. And now what I need to do is slowly go from this width here. Let's say this is 10. Doesn't really matter. And then and this width here, which let's say that's like 30 or something. And then I can smoothly step, right? I know what this distance is, so I know how much sort of y space that I have, right? So maybe I have like 6 y units to work with. I know, what I need to get to. I have to go down by 20, so 20 over 6 is whatever that is, like 3.6 perhaps or something. What is it? What's 6 times 30 is 18, isn't it? I don't know. And then what's that's 2. 2 is what? A third? Is it 3.3? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's go to the calculator. 20 divided by 6. It is 3.3. I kind of did it. All right, cool. Right, that's what you're describing. That might work. I don't know. It I thought about it. It might be too sort of step looking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the nice thing about Perlin noise sort of is that what you can get is you sort of get to like the final value that you're trying to get to, but in a way that seems non-random or seems sort of natural or something like that. Where like you can get, I'll show you, I'll draw it. Where you can kind of get from here to here, but you can do it sort of more like this. You can be like, whoa, right? Which is just sort of wonky. And actually, I could probably use Perlin noise to generate the widths here if they get to the final spot. But anyway, my concern is that it'll end up looking, I'm so dumb I cannot figure out what general shape this has to be now. But that it might look like sort of this. Sort of. Because of the tiles that we have to work with. Because we have to work with tiles that are like whatever, like 32 by 32 or whatever, like the floors, like dirt. Yeah. Those are actual units, like a Minecraft style, right? Anyway, that's my concern, that it'll end up looking sort of like that, where it's almost like immediately like very obvious that it's that half of it, like a third of it is procedural, and then one of it is just like a connector piece, sort of. Yeah. That was what I was worried about that might happen.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't go like straight like that for the connection point. You would have to somehow.
Yeah,
like
but again, right? But again, you have a like a guaranteed unit, like sort of like, okay, so if you draw a straight line vertically, let's say it's 6. So let's say you have 6 floors to do it, or whatever you have, right? You have some amount to do it in.
No.
And so you don't have that much freedom necessarily to connect them, Because the reason the Perlin noise works, again, is because all the values tend to be about the same. And so you're not getting like these weird extreme, you're not going from like 100 to 1 or something. Thank you, Needful Coconuts. I like when we get Basso. It makes me feel good about it. It makes me feel like, oh wow, we're like the APIs that picked us up, you know? Anyway, so my concern again with the asteroid would be that it would just look bad. That was because I thought about it, you know, and I was like, oh, I don't know. Who's Brickguard? Some random person listening to us talk. God, Brickguard, freaking Brickguard, man. Maybe it would look okay. Again, I did think about that I just don't know. Symmetrical. I don't know if it'll look bad. See, bot fame is still fame, and a bot viewer is still a viewer. I don't know if symmetrical is going to look good or bad. I hope that maybe it doesn't like you barely even notice it, but I don't know. Like this here would be symmetrical, and so I'm going to try to select it as best as I can. I have to select it all the way though. Here, kind of like right click and flip horizontal. MS Paint is actually pretty good, dude, by the way. Like, what the hell? Okay, so I didn't draw quite a straight sort of thing, but I made like I pretty much just made like something symmetrical, you know, and it looks, you know.
Kind of alien.
I know. I need to draw like a vertical line. So here's what I'll do. I'll draw like a vertical line. So like it has to be symmetrical, you know. And then goodbye. Oops. Goodbye. Goodbye. And I'm gonna just draw any old shape that I want. Flip. Philadelphia. Philadelphia. Looks like a little person or something. Like it looks like a what are those big statue heads? The Easter Island heads. It looks like an Easter Island head. Let's pull up an Easter Island head next to it. Why can't I turn that black? Let's look it up. Easter Island head. Chrome. So if we were to do what is happening back? Vinny, get out of there, dog. We're watching our in-laws' dog. And I just heard like some clanking behind my desk. I'm like, what are you doing? Get out of there, boy. Oh, I need to put paint above it. I need to put paint like above everything. So can I do this? Will this work? No. But anyway, you can kind of see the resemblance. Kind of looks like the little Easter Island sort of situation.
Yeah.
Chrome. This. They look like ships or something. My hope is that symmetrical isn't like, you know, maybe it looks fine, you know. Because my hope is that it can, you know, generate asteroids that look like asteroids within some constraints that we have and still, you know, function the way we want them to function. How are those not connected? How big is this canvas? It's not very big. So anyways, that's what I'm going to try to do. And collard greens. You could probably do the system that you described where you find sort of those endpoints, because you could still get the size. You know how many iterations you would have to do. So if an endpoint is here, And here, what you'd end up with is this many. Pretend this is a straight line. Why was that white? It was, if you right click, that's cool. It does the alt. That's how you do the alternate color. I didn't know that. That's good to know. But if you draw a straight line from these, this would be the actual sort of like distance or something like that. If you were to walk along the edge, maybe something like this. But this is for sure how many times you have to iterate. Right here, this is sort of the width, how many times you have to iterate. And then from that, you can kind of draw this line would represent sort of the entire like sort of perimeter of the asteroid, something like that maybe is a way to think about it. And then you could dictate the size off of that. So if this line's small, the asteroid's going to be tiny, like right? If this line's big, online strips without clothing, we made it. We made it to online strips without clothing. That's the important thing. And if it's longer, it's going to be bigger, right? So something like that. So again, that was a weird thing to draw. What I just drew would actually if it was actually good, it'd be more like this, right? But so I don't know. Maybe something like that could work. I don't know. I'd have to like think about it a little bit. What it actually means, Because what you're doing is sort of forcing the circles to sort of connect. And you can do that if you have control over the size. And you have this static unit here, which is the sort of the number of iterations that it has to perform, the number of times it has to generate a number and add a new point to the thing. So might work, I don't know. Because you have all the points that you need, and then you just go, okay, connect them, right? I don't know. What I'm saying, does that make sense to you? What I mean?
I think so.
Of course, maybe it's just nonsense. Meanwhile, you can see this terrain being generated. Some sort of lake just got generated. Just all that terrain.
How do I remove messages in Twitch chat?
I don't know. I don't know really that much about Twitch, to be honest. Had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer. So I think I'm going to Florida tomorrow. I think I'm driving down tomorrow. Also, at my parents' house, they put up this poster, sort of, like of whales on the back of their front door. I say poster, it's more like a diagram. Picture a diagram from like a second grade, science class or something, So it's got a bunch of whales on it and stuff and their names. And my nephew, Alex, has pretty much all of them memorized, which is pretty cool, pretty impressive. Like, you'd point to one, he'd be like, beluga whale. I'd point to another one, sperm whale. But then I thought, like, how weird is school that we're like, you got to memorize whales? Because, like, I don't know shit about whales. Like, I don't know what half of the whales are. But it's sort of weird that we've decided that, like, as of 8 or 9 years old, it is critical that our children know all the different types of whales and can identify them by visual appearance, and we'll like berate them if they don't, like if they they do bad on the test, can't do the homework. We'll like sort of punish them if they don't know what whales are, which is clearly it's not like information that they need. What's that?
It's more about learning how to learn stuff.
Right, it's the principle of the matter. It's like, listen, you need to learn so that you need to be able to demonstrate that you can learn any arbitrary set of data, even if you don't want to know it. Because that is a skill that society has deemed necessary. That if you don't want to do something, too bad. You should do it anyway and memorize it. If someone asks you to memorize whales, you better memorize those goddamn whales. You need to figure it out. Right? I understand what you're saying, and I'm also in agreement with you. They should still do it. It's because you're teaching them how to learn. You're teaching them how to do things even when they don't want to, and also how to learn the process. And you can't cater to every individual student. It's almost like if you want to treat like another way, maybe some way to think about it is if you're teaching kids about fitness in general, what you might do is just have them all like play basketball or soccer or something, And some kids might not like soccer. You say, well, too bad. It's not about the soccer. It's not about like liking the game. It's about just moving your body and training your muscles, right? In the same way, so you're training your brain muscles to learn things, and get used to the process and the pitfalls and figuring out the things. Yeah, but still, whales are still pretty cool. But it is weird though, isn't it? Like that's the information that we're like, is this necessary to learn? Because a lot of times people have the mentality that like high school didn't prepare me for the world, and it maybe didn't. But it's, I mean, it should be high school. The purpose of school should be to prepare you for the world. But it also has the other thing where it's just preparing you to learn or something, you know? It's like teaching, it's like preparing you for more schooling. It's always preparing you for more education. It's like a weird system, to be honest, actually. And then you could justify by saying in most jobs, you'll have to remember stuff and learn stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So it is, like, as a skill, we would want our people in our society to be able to learn and remember things.
Yeah.
If you honestly try to argue that that doesn't matter, I'm like, what are you saying right now? If you try to argue like, well, who cares about learning things and memorizing stuff? Like, what do you mean? No matter what job you go into, unless it's like, no matter what your job is, you don't know how to do it until you like you get there, you have to learn how to do it. And then what would you say? Well, then the purpose of school is just to make people better workers. I mean, I guess the purpose of school is to make people better workers. It's to make people like more productive members of society somehow. You ever hear that standardized tests are like racist or something?
No, but I can imagine like the argument.
What do you think the argument is? You're probably gonna be right. It's like what could it be, right? You know, you're probably gonna be right. What do you think it is? Just for fun.
That is based on sort of where you grew up, your parents' knowledge and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's gonna influence like your what's it called, like socio-economical. No,
That's a good word right there.
factors.
My socioeconomic status. Yeah. My socioeconomic class. Yeah. The argument is something like if a certain group of what's the right term, racial group, I don't know, right? If a certain group has lower scores, then they'll be like, okay, why do they have lower scores? So if African Americans consistently score lower than Asians, they'll say, okay, why is the test disproportionately targeting African Americans? And I don't want to straw man anything, so I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say this is anyone's particular argument. But if the argument is that, if the argument was that like the SAT, a standardized college test, if it's bad, like if the test itself is racist, I feel like the test isn't racist. The test should be as legit as it can be. Like the standardized test should be thought of as like 100-meter dash or something, like it's like a set. It doesn't matter. It's like the 100-meter dash is a fair test in terms of if you want to measure someone's ability to run 100 meters, how fast they can do it. Sort of, it's like a fair way to do it. And then if you found that certain people from certain areas performed really poorly on that, it's not because the test is flawed. It's because like those areas, you've identified a problem and those areas need more help or something. So like if people score low, if like black people score low on the ACT or the SAT, it doesn't mean the SAT is flawed. It means that like they need more like help in those areas. Like they need more education in those areas, like they need more attention in those areas or something,
Yeah.
But like the test, because some people say that like the SATs are sort of pointless for like there shouldn't be college admission tests, but I still feel like there should be college admissions tests because it proves that it's like a good standardized metric of like, because your high school could be full of crap. Some high schools suck. Some high schools are good. How do you differentiate people? So it's a test that says, hey, this, the purpose of the test should be in college we learn the following things, and we're going to test you on those basic things or something, or the introductory level, so we can see where are you right now, where are you at right now, But then it gets squirrely, right? Where, if in order to get to like a good school, you have to do good on the test, right? And the only way to do good on a test, or the best way to do good on a test, is if you come from, a wealthy area. Then only wealthy people could go to school, and then poor people would never be able to go to school. So then it's dicey, isn't it? So then what do you need? You need something like affirmative action, don't you? But I don't know. It's all weird, isn't it? Or maybe you don't. Like maybe there shouldn't be affirmative action at like schools, and instead maybe the government should provide like sort of free education for like there should be some standard or something, minimum. I don't know. Like there should be like some minimum standard or something. Like you take the standardized test, the SAT. I don't know what the scores are, right? But like if you score below a certain threshold, the government should just like allow you to go to some college or something for free to get you to that point or something. Do you know what I'm getting at? Wouldn't that be the better solution?
Possibly.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if like a college says that like you need to get a whatever 100% on the SAT to go to our school, that's the only way, right? If you send them students who are like a 70%, they won't be prepared for that school. And then the school has to spend time sort of getting them to the level of competency that they're supposed to get to. If the tests have purpose, I'm saying. So wouldn't it be better if instead, if it's like the government recognizes, hey, this certain groups of people, they don't score as well, so then they should provide them with tutors or something, you know what I mean, like classes that they can go to for free as a service, and then they can improve their test scores because they actually learn what they're supposed to learn, you know. Because again, the tests are pointing out that there's some knowledge that they don't know, and if the knowledge is relevant, if the test is good, it's a bad thing that they don't know that, but it's not the test's fault that they don't know it, and it indicates a problem. Like, oh, we should teach. They need to learn that stuff. If the test, if the test has purpose, if like the test is actually valid and testing people on things that matter.
No.
That's all. That was my point. That's what I meant. And I was still trying to think about how to connect these here asteroids and if it would actually work, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure it does somehow. I have to like hit it back or something. Hit him with it. Because non-symmetrical asteroids would be much more fun. Another concern too, by the way, is I don't know the distribution of values in the Perlin noise system. I don't know if there's any guarantee that values sort of like, is there any guarantee that the values sort of will tend to, like, every value between 0 and 1 will it tend to get represented in a given range? I don't know. Because if it doesn't, like, let's say the starting value we pick is something that never happens again, that asteroid would be infinitely large.
Oh yeah.
And if not infinitely large, it would be, let's say very large. By the way, I wouldn't actually pick this. I wouldn't pick the exact same value. What I'd do is pick like a value that's close enough, So that would give us a lot of tolerance because the odds of getting the same value twice is like impossible. It would never happen. The legit same value, it would never happen. But getting something that's close enough, you could get no problemo. But anyway, I don't know sort of how frequently sort of it's going to go up and down, and so maybe the asteroid just end up being gigantic. Or like out of our control sort of size, like where it's like we don't have good control over these. We sort of do because we could do, basically what you could do is if the asteroid gets too big, if you are generating too much, just skip it and just try again. And so you could do that as well, and that would work. Like if you can reliably get whatever you're trying to get at. But I don't know. Okay. Out of paint. Back to more generation. Just watching the generations. Don't know what Unity's on about. I haven't even played Starmancer yet today. I've just been doing this, which is, more entertaining probably for me. Do 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 do. Man, I would like to try that though. I think it would work, this system. I think. But not positive. Let's do writer or something, or Chrome, or nothing. Maybe it would be good. Let's go into the code. You need that transition, dude. Okay, let's put some music back on too, because now there's a be slightly less talking. And while we're here, let's give this terrain some height. Then you can see the height a little bit. No, Dropbox. I don't want to share screenshots using Dropbox. I want the snippet tool. Snipping tool. Oh, I bet I didn't get the correct thing on my computer. Paint. Zoom out. Come over here. Right there. That's it. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. right. How many years of school do they do in Sweden? Like in the United States, I mean, like sort of mandatory schooling. In the United States, they do like 12, you know, like to 12th grade, basically.
I think it's 9.
So what age does it stop being mandatory? You said 9.
Yeah. You would be like 16 or something. 15, 16.
So you just like, so if you didn't want to, you could just, what would you do at 16 if you didn't want to go to school? You would just stay at your parents' house or something? Get a job or what? Because you're not an adult yet, right? Well, what age are you legally an adult in Sweden?
Yeah, it's 18.
So like, what do you do for those 2 years? Just kind of chill at your home or something? Maybe get like a job? I'm saying if you didn't want to keep going to school or whatever. Because it must be somewhat common. Some of your friends probably did that, right? Or is it just no one does that? I don't know. But
I don't think really anyone does that. Since, you know, education is free and everything.
I mean, high school is free but people still don't like going to it, you know? There must be a lot of people who don't go, right? Because, I mean, I can't imagine, like...
Well, you have, like, trade schools, I think they're called, right?
Yeah, that'd be like a vocational school where you go to learn something, you know? You learn how to do a job, right? You learn how to do it with more specificity than in school, because school is more, like, abstract. Let's get rid of that. So those values, there's nothing there. Nothing it's seen. .41. That should be good. So strange. What if I do 1, 2? 1, 2? What if I do 0, 6? There. I'll do this. You just watch chunks of terrain come into existence. Or not sometimes. Why is that? Multiplier 0.01. Starting offset 31. That doesn't matter. Final offset is 1.3. Ah, I see what's happening. That's much better. That's interesting. That's... Oh, God. No wonder. Oh, God. I got my values all sorts. I got my values all backwards, Victor. There's a real problem. You ever see the movie Stargate?
Movie?
Yeah.
No.
Because the TV show started with it as a movie.
Huh.
Oh yeah, you never got. It stars Kurt Russell with a very cheesy. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You've really never seen it? Okay. This is how it introduces Kurt Russell's character, which is Jack O'Neill. You know, like the main guy, Jack O'Neill.
Yeah.
MacGyver, right? Okay.
Yeah.
These like special forces, sort of FBI type dudes, come to his door in like sort of the president needs you, sort of. That's the way they come in, right? Like, okay. So they come and they talk to his wife and they say, And they're like, hey, we need your husband, right? He's the best or whatever. And she says, okay, if you can convince him, no problem. Then the scene transitions to Kurt Russell staring at a picture of his dead son. He's holding a gun in his hand. Then these people knock on the door. He slides the gun sort of under the bed and then just talks to them. So is Kurt Russell's character introduced as a man who was literally contemplating suicide and about to blow his brains out? Because that's how they introduce his character. Is a man about, yeah. Which is nuts. It's actually insane. He's like... The purpose is as the filmmaker's purpose, I'm sure, is to demonstrate to the audience really quickly, right? Is, okay, this is a man who's very unhappy, right? He's, he's unhinged, he's depressed, that sort of thing. Very quickly trying to boom, 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 boom. It's just, but the way in which they did it is kind of insane. Because he literally was on the verge of suicide. That's how he's introduced to the world. All right, islands. In the movie as well, when they go across the Stargate, the humans that they meet don't know English. Oh my God! Hey Graham, you scared me. Thank you. Thank you for cleaning down here. Yeah, it's pretty dirty down here. You gonna clean up that paint? Thank you. He's got a little spray bottle and he's cleaning up. He's got a little towel. How sweet, right? All right. Tell me that you're all right. Now while you stare at that beautiful terrain, let me do this right quick. So first, I need to get a height. So I don't know what's more interesting, the code while I'm coding or just watching terrain generate, Let's put some more mountains in that terrain too. It's just too flat. You almost done? Nice. Thank you, Grammy. You're a good kid. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. There. Let's add a little bit more water to this world of ours. That was a pretty cool little island it formed. There. Whoa, weird. There. Guess you just look at all these various little worlds now. It's kind of fun to watch them, isn't it?
No.
It's just sort of like relaxing, just watching the patterns. It's sort of harmless fun. Just...
Still trying to figure out how to remove messages on Twitch.
Some of the Twitch stuff is a lot, like their UI and stuff is a lot more complicated than you think it would be. Because Twitch are the best, But some of like doing certain things is kind of hard. Like changing the game that you're streaming, for example, it's pretty sort of a pain in the butt.
Oh.
Or I just don't know the best way to do it. But I follow like a thing, and you had to go to like several menus deep to do it. If you don't have the bot that can do it. Okay. So I don't need this nonsense. I don't need this either. This could be good though. Height equals random dot range 18 to 30. Let's do Y instead. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about, but you get the terrain, so I don't know what you guys. What if I have like a little like a rider open? The way paint was little, like a little rider or something. You won't be able to see it, but you'll be able to see something's happening. I don't know. So I feel like watching terrain is more interesting. Otherwise, you're just kind of looking at text. But I don't know. At least for this type of text, it's like it's a lot. It's going to be a while. We're going to do y0.
Even you can't delete messages from moderator who we stream about.
With equals math f dot square root. Minus what? This? Possible loss of precision? Is that what you're going to bitch at me for? Okay. Okay. Actually needs to be an int anyway. Does it need to be even? It does. Or it doesn't. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see in a second. I see. Let's do negative height. Okay. I'm almost there. We're almost done. I also need to remove all floors. Looks like that's already there. I have to pee so bad. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I have to potty, Victor. I have to pee. It just hit me. Victor, it just hit me. Oh goodness. For int I equals 0, I is less than with I plus plus. I need floor. Do I really need this Perlin value too? Victor, what are you going to talk about, man? While I'm doing this, you know? You talk stuff, I don't know. Maybe there's something interesting in your life, you know?
Not really.
Not really. There's nothing?
No.
There's nothing? There's nothing. Okay. Well, if there's nothing, there's nothing, you know?
So I'm reading that you can blacklist certain words, and if you write them in chat, you get a timeout.
So we could time out, for example, like, come, hello, or whatever. That's, I don't mean CUM, I mean like, because he said something like YUM or something. I didn't, okay, I literally wasn't trying. VUM is what he said. That's what the bots tend to say is VUM, V-U-M. I don't know why. Again, I literally wasn't trying to make a joke there. I just fucking misremembered what it was.
Then, the restream bot would, get the timeout, which doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's funny, actually. It would, wouldn't it? Unless there's a thing where bots can't get banned. Because you have to give them permission, you know? Like, where maybe bots can't ban other bots or something. Because it would be like banning yourself, kind of. Like, you yourself couldn't get timed. Could, like, a moderator get timed out if they do it? Because the bot probably has, like, mod sort of authority.
Yeah, I can't even delete moderator messages. Do they have to be a mod though?
You say, do they have to be a mod?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just guessing that the mod, that the chat probably has some sort of elevated privileges or something. But I don't know. But I'm just guessing that it has some sort of elevated privileges or something. I should know, but I don't know. Position dot x minus equal width. That should center it, and then position dot scale new vector 3 unity tile size dot x 1 unity tile size dot y. I don't know if this is gonna work. We'll see in a second. I can hide writer now. I have to be so bad. It's so bad. Oh my gosh. The potty, dude. The potty. Man, I kind of want to play more Dead by Daylight. It's so fun. I love that. The Hunt Showdown looks like something you might like too, Victor, but it doesn't look like it's too popular anymore. Because that one guy I was talking about on stream, and then I checked it out, and it looks actually pretty cool. It's apparently very, very audio based, and by that I mean it's really like you have to, like, it's really important to not make sounds. It's really important that you know, that you start to learn what things sound like. If you shoot a gun, it sort of like deafens you for a little bit, then you can't hear, so it's a pretty big deal. And then, I feel like Tarkov is more casual. And Tarkov's not particularly casual either, mind you, but I just feel like Tarkov's more casual. What's happening here? What is happening? Nothing? Is nothing happening? I got to debug some stuff right quick to see back. Why is nothing happening? Yeah. There. I'm sure there's some reason. And it might be all zeros. I might have messed up somewhere. Do 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 do. Also, there's some, especially when it comes to math, there's a lot of little math things that if you were never taught in school, it would make your life a lot harder than it needs to be. Like, for example, if you need to get the height, like in something that I'm doing right now, is if I'm getting the width of the triangle. I'm going to open up, put this right back up in Paint maybe. And really just close this guy out a little bit. Zoom in. There. My paint's like bigger than it was. Hey, can I make this image like an NFT or something? Is that how that works? And like sell it. Okay. Anyway, if you're just drawing units from the center here, right? If you want to get the width, so as in the width as in width of one of these, if you draw a straight line down and then a straight line over, what you have is a triangle. Whoa! And because a triangle, here, you generate the value here with the Perlin values. Oh, I see. My shit's simply way too small. I didn't multiply it by anything. That's why it's not working. Okay, give me a second real quick. I'll fix that. Let's say distance equals. Okay, it's fine now. I'll remember it now, I think. Anyway, but so you have this. Let's say it's 1.0. And then you also know the y, because those are the, every y is going to be like 1. You're going to increment by 1. So anyway, you do know the y. So let's say the y is 3. And then you don't know the x. That's what you're trying to find. That's the width, right? What is that? Question mark, right? But that's easy because that's just the Pythagorean theorem, which is a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? So easy money, right? Where this is c is the hypotenuse, right? So then you just do, and we're looking for, let's say a. It doesn't matter. These are the same. It doesn't matter which one is a, which one's b. So we'll say this is a right here. So we'll do like a. Oops. Right? A squared equals c squared minus b squared. Very easy. And then just a equals c squared minus b squared, but square root of that, right? So that's easy. And then you can do that. Then you get the width, which is the width that we need. So, but anyway, if you didn't know those basic, right here, see? But if you didn't know those basic things, you couldn't, you could, I'm sure you could somehow intuit it, somehow figure it out, how I'm supposed to do that, but it'd be it's take a lot more time, to do it if you just didn't know that. So, it's like a calculate distance or something like that. And we're going to do distance times distance. And that's a good point, actually. That would be the same value eventually, wouldn't it? Yeah. Range is 0 to 1. We probably want the range to be 2. Like 6 to 20, maybe? Let's say 6 to 20. Which means the adjusted is 14. Which means we need to lerpy. So we need to do math f dot lerp from 0 to 14 using what as a value? T. It's already got it for us if we just lerp it. So put distance. I don't fucking like distance. Let's say radius instead, or let's say length, maybe, is maybe better. So let's do length instead. What are you complaining about? Cast to float. Thank you. 0, 0. Is there one that takes doubles? Probably not. This is okay. And then we need to add, because there's a minimum. We want it to be at least 6, so we add to that. And then we get, okay, what we want. And then we're just going to return distance. I know you can't really see that well, but you can just get the spirit of what I'm saying. Okay. This is going to be a little bit better now. I believe. Rider. For real doggy dog, Victor, you might like Tarkov, though. It might be right up your alley. You know you love those milsim games. And to me, I think it's done the best job of really capturing that feeling of seeing another player in a game like DayZ. Because they have proximity voice chat as well. Because, in DayZ, usually what you're doing is you're back at either in your base or you go out into the wilderness to get loot, And when you're getting loot, if you see another player, it's very tense because you don't want to die, And then also if you die, you lose anything on you as well. So you lose all, good stuff. So basically imagine that you're sort of playing that gameplay, but instead of your hideout being in the world, it's just, back on a screen somewhere that it's totally safe, right? But then you have to take your gear out to go get more loot because you don't want to die, right? If you want your best chance of survival, that is. You don't want to die. So I do believe I have messed this up. I do believe I have messed this up because it's only making a straight line. So now I have to fix that right quick. Oh, gosh. I must be offsetting it incorrectly. That must be what I'm doing, so... What is this? Oh. No. Maybe. If y equals 0 or something like that. No, it doesn't matter. Why is it infinite? Yeah, that doesn't matter. What's 13? So many. I gotta debug some more stuff. We're gonna do this. And let's do the length. Let's open up Rider again for all you lurkers. Absolutely. Plus Y, set the fry. And let's just label everything. Cool. Then we'll see what's going on. I'm sure it's something very basic. You just what it is. Something like, oh yeah, that. Like, oh yeah, I didn't do this. Yeah. Oh, this would help as well. So. Reloading script assemblies. Busy for 36 seconds. Busy for 4 minutes. I've had it like before where it would just be reloading script assemblies like for like 4 straight minutes, and then I would just turn off Unity and reopen it, and it would like take like 10 seconds to do that. And it was like, wow, that was a lot faster. It's like, what are, you know, whatever's happening when it, you know, reloads script assemblies is like, damn, this is slow. But it's probably because it's got to like undo a bunch of stuff. Like when you close Unity and restart it, it's like it doesn't have to undo anything, right? Because nothing's there. It's a blank slate. But when it reloads them, it probably has to sort of, put some stuff in memory, does some things. Like, we got to undo that now, so we can start with a blank slate, and that must take time. So here's some kind of asteroids. You can see if you like them or not. I don't know.
Nice.
Do you like them? Like, kind of interesting.
Oh.
They're not that tall. I didn't make them that
sort of
tall.
like alien ships or something.
Yeah, it's because of the symmetry.
Yeah.
But you can see they're still not that symmetrical because I didn't do it perfectly, which is actually a good thing, I guess, huh? It like masks that. Or they're symmetrical on along some other axis that I'm not conscious of. So I can make them longer and wider. Like I can make them much bigger and much longer. Like that's no problem. And I might expose that in a second. But I just didn't expose it yet because this is hot off the presses or something like that. This is fresh. This is like. All right, we're gonna make it pretty big now. I like basically double the size. They're gonna be monsters. Also, you can still generate sort of variability in the terrain after it's been sort of placed, something like that. Because all I'm doing right now, just to think about it, is I'm just using Perlin noise to sort of randomly determine where I should place a floor, sort of, or like the width of an asteroid at any given Y position. Then after that, we can use Perlin noise again to sort of generate like a height map or something to put more variability in it if we want to.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Why is that happening? So you can see that there's some interesting oddities with it. Much more symmetrical now, though. I could
It's like clay sculptures as well.
It has all the same factors as the other stuff, by the way, in terms of the what value, the multipliers and stuff like that. Only now it's just the width at any point is controlled by it, sort of. I would like to see what the deal is, so hang on. 23. It shouldn't even matter. Why does that matter? Let's see this. Let's run it out. Let's open up the calculator. Oops, I misclicked. Is there some floating point precision issue, maybe? 576. Oh, I see. Now I see. Now it all makes sense. Now the pieces are coming together. For I was blind, but now I see. I'm making some impossible triangles, Victor. That's what I'm doing. Let's close this. Let's start this. There's actually pretty good music right now for the occasion. Okay, I have to pee. Also, my sweater smells like coffee. Stale coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, my headphones aren't on. All right. Tell me that you're all right. Yeah, everything is all right. Victor, you here?
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't saying anything. You're so quiet. Okay. Let me get writer back open. Now the thing is, it can never be less than the height. The height could be the minimum, perhaps. So. Let's just do Y. There, and then... Alright, now we're going to have something else. Asteroids. Anyway, so because we're still using Perl and Noise to generate these, the same sets... Oh, Elden Ring came out. Do you have it yet? Victor?
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I have it.
Does it have multiplayer like the other games?
It is.
Maybe I should buy it, but I don't know.
You should. I actually have an extra key if you want to buy. What?
Maybe. I don't want you to waste your key on me, though, you know?
Because I got like the physical edition, but then I didn't get it on release. So I was like, oh, fuck.
You know, we could definitely use the same...
Also.
We could use this symmetrical sort of algorithm to make, like alien spaceships or something.
Yeah.
Whoa, weird. That was a weird one. What do I got here? Did it not save or something correctly? Did it not recompile, maybe? Because the length can never be less than y. So... 0.4. I wonder if it didn't recompile correctly. Sometimes that happens, which is very annoying when it does happen. Bum, 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 bum. Do you like Elden Ring?
Yeah. It's a bit like overwhelming because the world is so huge.
God, my sweater smells like coffee.
And then the game is still as difficult as,
What
Dark Souls.
the actual fudge?
So it's kind of, and also it's, just as stressful as playing Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Except now it's like an open world.
Right.
It's a bit better though because you can actually chill a bit while, running around and stuff. Oh, and the mounted combat is really good.
And you can leave. You don't have to engage in an area if you don't like it.
Yeah.
Whereas in Dark Souls you have to. You have to just be like, oh, well, I guess I have to fucking figure out how to kill this damn dragon.
Yeah.
Right quick.
You can skip so much as well. You can just ride past a bunch of stuff.
I think I would overall like that. But there's something I like about not being able to skip the fights. It's just the fights are so hard.
Yeah.
In Dark Souls, they're so brutal. They're so unforgiving. It would be not like, I don't know, man. Maybe this obviously would be a controversial change, but like I would be okay if you didn't drop souls when you died.
Mm.
Like I don't know what that adds is an element of you caring if you die, but don't you already care
Yeah.
if you die? I don't know.
Mm.
Like you're always trying to beat the game and not die. Losing your souls just makes the game more stressful when you do die sometimes.
Yeah. They're trying to add, you know, consequences for dying, so you'll be more like tensed up about.
Right. But is that
But I
element
mean,
necessary? You know?
I don't know. I mean, losing the souls, like losing your souls isn't the most frustrating part because you just get more souls eventually, anyways.
So then what's the
But
frustrating part?
having, it's like waiting in the loading screen, and you're like, oh, I just want to get back and attempt, you know, the boss again.
To me, I feel like it'd be the souls because like if you can't beat the boss, then you know if you can level up, it makes it just a little bit easier for you. You know, it's our boy
Yeah, but
Randy
eventually
Random
you've leveled up so much that
that it
you need
just
like a lot of souls to
so much so that
get to the
you'll
next
that
level.
like you have to like go out of your way to start farming souls if you want to level up. Is that what you sort of
Yeah, kind of.
like? You wouldn't fight a boss like when you want to level up. It's almost like you need so many souls. Like that's not time to fight bosses. That's like time to just farm souls.
Well, I guess you could fight a boss and you get like 20k souls or something.
Well, I mean, but the issue we're discussing here is a boss that you can't beat. It's not a boss that you could easily
Yeah.
beat.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are so many bosses you can just go to like another boss.
What happened then, anyways? What happened here with the thing? We're generating some things,
Yeah.
but trying to fix something right quick. There we go. Give me a bad width, you little burger.
We made like a third generator.
A turd dinner is pretty funny. A. I mean, I can just add Y to this, but this should work. I don't know why it doesn't. Oh. 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 Now I see why it didn't work. So I used to do, actually, this is actually 0 plus Y. And this is a 30 plus Y. There should actually be a 6 plus Y since 6 is our minimum. We don't even need the 6 here at all. Okay. Now I get it. Now I see why it didn't work correctly. Oh, I didn't have Rider open. Doesn't matter. Here we go again. But anyway, because using pro values, still like the multipliers would still apply. So if you have a high multiplier, it's more likely that subsequent sort of asteroids will have different like vastly different widths, like subsequent Ys. Yeah. Essentially, what the multiplier is doing is turning a smooth thing into something much more steep. Is basically what it's doing, you know, like whatever. So much bigger difference between any unit of x that you're traveling on. So that's what it's doing.
Yeah.
Which is why the terrain becomes more jaggedy and mountainy when you do it. This is so big. That's what she said. Oh, what's happening down here? What did I do down here? Because now it's just now it's just I think it's cut off. I've broken something. I made an oopsie. Where's the X at right here?
Looks like the top part of buildings, like spires.
It does. Yeah. It's part of a skyline or something. Maybe. Maybe okay if there were a blob of any size that had nothing to do with the distance from the radius, or the distance from the circle, the center. I don't know. Right. Let's do this. Why? We'll ABS it a little bit. I suspect that's going to make it look more liney at the top, though. We'll see. Huh. That's kind of interesting, but it won't work, so. All right, now I see what's happening. What? So what else is up, Victor?
Well, not much.
Place floors at must be symmetrical. Yeah, that's what was happening. What an interesting thing I've done. I've clearly done the opposite of what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
Because it should be getting wider in the middle, not in the edges. Not on the thing.
And we have like those pillars you have between the stairs. I mean, like railings. Well, not railings, what are they called? Like staircase. Thing on the side of the staircase.
Like a railing where you put your hands?
Yeah. But they're not called railings, right? When they're like fancy, like wooden ones.
What'd you say?
They're not called railings if they're like the fancy, like wooden kind, you know, from like in a mansion or something.
Maybe that's called something like banisters or something. There's like fancy terms.
Banisters.
But maybe, I don't know. This isn't a word that I use a lot, you know?
Oh yeah, it's totally banister.
Right. Is it banister?
Yeah.
That's sort of funny.
Balusters.
Banister. Isn't it, how strange is it that like human beings can just like recall what is Lauren Bannister's situation? What how weird is it that like people can just recall obscure words like that, you know?
No.
Like I haven't thought of that word banister since I played The Sims or something, you know, as a kid maybe.
You have balusters, and then you have a handrail, then you have a newel, then newel cap.
Terrain. Also, Star Citizen seems like it'd be a fun game to play if you don't care about sort of progression. You're not trying to play a game to win or lose. You're just playing a game to have fun and to get immersed in the fantasy of it all.
Yeah.
Whoa! What have I done?
Oh yeah, Star Citizen. I think I upgraded like my thing to a new ship. Huh.
No, I know what I've done here too. It's just so interesting. It's getting smaller there. In fact, I could do that. Oh, but I don't know. I could, though. I could. See, so I need to cut it off is the problem, because he's getting smaller, and I'm saying you can't get smaller, dude. Because I'm like, I already generated your height, jabroni. But I don't have to.
Rockstars, it's not even like a game, it's more like its own entity somehow.
Yeah. Right now, I'm a him, I'm a na, do 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 do. What I just did, I believe, is going to add some bits of asteroid that are going to be separated from the main body of the asteroid, I think. At the edges, perhaps. But otherwise should look a bit better. The asteroid will also be much smaller. Crickety, crackety, crickety, crackety. Oh, you know what? There's one more thing I have to do. Just got to recompile again. I started watching the show Euphoria. You ever see that show, Victor?
No.
It's pretty good. I would say it's a show about people and the way they hurt. Something like that, you know? The characters seem, it seems pretty well written. The characters are all, I think, multifaceted people who, and although they might do things that you don't agree with, you can understand why they do it, No. I think what's the best is when you have characters that are trying to be good people in their own minds, and then they, sometimes they mess up, Asteroids. That was interesting. Zoom. How big are these asteroids? What if I give it just real big? Whoa, that was crazy. That's sort of strange. That's probably not something we want. Because this multiplier is just so big. What if I make it real tiny instead? That's going to be like a square, like a rectangle, more rectangular. What about this here? What about this? What's this going to do for us? Anything? Let's do it 4 times. No discernible difference. Again, just think of the general shape of the asteroid is really what you're going for more of. Don't worry so much about what the inside of the asteroid looks like, because the inside of the asteroid can get procedurally randomized as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the shape is kind of okay, even though it's supposed to be symmetrical. It's not always symmetrical, which is a good thing. So the fact that the algorithm is flawed is good, I guess. Also, it could be not this exact same because of like rounding issues, because ultimately it's got to be converted into an integer from a float. So if you had like 3 and you want to divide that by 2, right, to go to center it, 3 divided by 2 is 1.5. Well, you can't have that. You can either have 1 or you can have 2. You know, so that might account for the non-symmetry, which is, I think, good because you can't really tell. Oh, Holly type. Yes way. Yes way. And right now we're experimenting with what like the best sort of sort of like what we want to do, what would be best. So, because for example, right now we're experimenting like, oh, what if we just generate like one large asteroid? You know, so it's like you fly to an asteroid, and we can make it bigger quite easily. I'm gonna start to, I'm gonna expose myself to the world, but I'm gonna expose the values though, if I can. Oh, I absolutely can. I'll just instance this, dude. Screw that. We're going full screen on this bad boy, right quick. I know the top is cut off, but that's fine. We're gonna instance this bad boy like this. Protected void awake, doesn't really matter. Instance equals this. Also do on enable over here, and then what are we doing? Numeric float range. What is this? This is the height. And then we'll do the width slash height slash thing slash width range. Trying to think about what I want to do out of it with this as well. Should this be an int? And the range, let's say from 30 to 60, just providing default values here. Does this not work? Oh, I see. That's what you want. Width range, I was doing 30, 6 to 30, I believe. Let's just make it much bigger. I do 30 to 60. We'll just double it. What could go wrong? And then we're going to look for somewhere there's static values, which is, yeah, this is a whole big mess. I wouldn't worry too much about this, but it's here. And it's Perlin test dot instance dot what? Width dot min value to what? Dot max value? And then here should be Perlin test dot height dot get random value. There's that. Then we can expose that. And we'll see. Now, if the height tends to be bigger than the width, it should encourage cylinder-shaped asteroids, right? Right?
No.
Then again, if the width was significantly larger than the height, they would still be cylinders just rotated in the other direction. So they're still cylinders anyway, right? It's only when they're about the same that they would be circles, and who even cares? It seems fine. Actually, high type, what we're planning is giving the players the ability to have a ship, and they can put whatever they want on the ship. Imagine the ship as a room on your station that flies away to other places. That's essentially what we're trying to do here. I decided to make it much bigger to see sort of how that might feel. Whoa, that's a weird pattern right there. So what we'll do is what? Take this width range, take this height range. Set this to like 50 maybe. What if I set this to 30 by 30? Is this going to be the same every time now? Why is it literally always the exact same? Because the length's always 30. That's why. Duh. So what if it's like 15 to 30? What if it's 45? And then 0 1? Because I have a lot of eggs. We have egg-shaped asteroids. Actually, you like the egg-shaped asteroids?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're serious or not now, to be honest. I don't know if you actually like them or if you're just joking, saying you like them. So which one is it?
Doesn't matter.
What?
Doesn't matter.
A little bit, yeah. Because if you actually like them, I can lean into it. I can be like, oh, let's see what it. Like, let's see if we can go more in this sort of trend, you know. So yeah, it does matter. What about 5? That looks like a face or something. Like an egg. I mean, in terms of shapes, I feel like they feel like they're shaped like asteroids.
No.
As the
like a comet or something.
What do the asteroids look like in the skybox? Just chunks of balls. Why are they symmetrical? They're symmetrical because the way we're generating them requires them to be symmetrical. And we might not even keep this in because when we were talking about it, we're like, well, it's going to have to be symmetrical. And then we're like, well, is symmetrical going to look good? We're like, we don't know. So then we implemented this real quick to just see what might it look like if they are symmetrical. Because in some sense, they kind of look almost like, you want them to feel like they're not designed by some sort of intelligent creator. And when they're symmetrical, you know, sometimes that can make it feel like it's, you know, like a spaceship or something, you know, something that was made. But then also sometimes it doesn't matter so much. Like these are symmetrical, but like this one looks like a spaceship because it's got weirdness. But like this one, I feel like doesn't really. I think this one's sort of okay. Sort of looks like a skull maybe. And for scale, it's quite large.
Asteroid would be cool.
Yeah, would actually be pretty cool. Yeah, there's lots of ways to noise generation. But what we're looking at here is just basically the shape of the thing, and then randomizing inside here. That's easy, right? But right now we're just looking at what is the shape, basically, of the asteroid, and does that shape look, you know, okay or does it not look okay when they're symmetrical? Like for example, what I just pulled up does not look like something natural at all, you know, because it's like flat here. It's probably because these widths start to get weird or something. Yeah, in this case, there's not that much. I'll show you what it would do if we really up the noise, like a lot. Like a lot. It would look like this. So here, this is just adding just a lot of, just really upping sort of like, I don't know. Because what you're having here is like this one's short, and then this one's kind of longer and longer and longer and short and short. You have a lot of like sort of difference between it. But then with the symmetry, I think it just makes it more pronounced. If there wasn't the symmetry, like this would be fine, right? Because then they just have an interesting shape to it. It's when you throw the symmetry in that it starts to get kind of weird, I feel like. Well, again, it only has to be symmetrical in our implementation of it. It's not that like there's a requirement that it's symmetrical. The thing is, an asteroid is like if you were to draw it into our paint view over here. So if you draw an asteroid, it has to have a finishing point, right? So like here. So whatever you're drawing, I mean, it's got like it's a shape. It has at some point close, you know.
By the way, I thought you were gonna do like a radial thing, and now it just sort of looks like it's like one dimension flipped.
It is one dimension flipped. That's how it's implemented. So if you do a radial thing, okay. So at every y, what I'm doing is I'm getting the width at that point, basically, is what I'm doing.
No.
So if you were to take the thing I drew, and I'm going to sort of erase a bunch of this stuff. So this is the center, whatever the center. Okay. Take this. And then I'm generating a random width here. But because it has to all be straight lines, that's why you get the patterns you're getting. And then just one straight line like that. Yeah. And then this one also is like one straight line. But because the increments
sort of like a clock, I thought you were doing like incremental, like.
I am.
No, I mean I thought you were doing angles.
I guess, I mean, maybe it's just up to you to how you want to think about it. But if I was doing angles, I mean, I sort of am. I mean, I guess if you want to think of it that way. But again, let's say you were doing angles. How would you actually implement that in code? So if you were doing angles, you would draw this pencil, right? And you would do some increment of unit, right? So in this case, let's just do 1. That's easy. So 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, right? So like if you were to connect them, right? So like there's 1, there's 2, here's 3, here's 4, here's 5, right? Okay, right? That'd be the increment. And then what does that mean? What does it mean that this one has this length? It means that if you were to like draw it, it means that from here, you're straight over, it's this wide, right? So then you place that many blocks, right? So that's how you do it.
Yeah.
Right, so that's what I'm doing. It's just because it's symmetrical, I think it just looks more like there's an obvious pattern. Yeah. Bum, bum. But the only reason they have to be symmetrical is because if they weren't, they would just be these long straight lines that would be generated in them. But does that even matter? I don't know. Does it? I don't know. And also we can provide, you know what you might be able to do is just randomize it a little bit where it doesn't look so symmetrical. I wonder, but it might just end up looking like nonsense. Let me try something. This might just look like garbage. Also, and again, we're just playing around with this implementation to see like, oh, what does this look like, and what does it feel like? And then if we're sort of happy with the results, then we can expand on it further and make it. But if we're just like, it doesn't work, because when you're talking about these things, at a certain point, you have to just do it because you're just guessing. You're like, oh, it might look bad, but you don't really know if it's gonna look good or look bad. And so, all right, height, width, do a thing. What am I doing? Here it is, rider. I totally forgot what I was trying to do. But it should be here. So I'm gonna do this plus equal. I think we can do this between, let's do negative -5 and +5. Again, I don't know what this will do. This might just be terrible. But what this will is going to randomize the symmetry a little bit. But I don't know if it's going to do it in an interesting way. It might just end up making a lot of tiles. Oh, thanks, High Type. We'll check it out. We probably already have seen it if you ever shared like on the Discord. Because Hassan, rest in peace, he's not dead. He just moved on. To a he would usually collect all of those things and get and then forward them to us. And also, if it was for the original release, it's so long ago. You'd be like, it's a lot of bugs. It's all right, a lot of bugs. The art's good though. If I could summarize the review, it's probably what it was, something like that. All right, clear. Whoa, I messed up, dude. I messed up bad. Oh no. Oh, I see what I've done. I see what I've done here. Okay, that's fine. All right. So what I did is I applied the random to every floor, but that's not what I should be doing. Instead, I should be doing it for the entire column. So we're going to call this offset. And I'm just going to put that here. And we need a static offset. So that's why it looked terrible. So there. That should fixed. Yeah. We're also, because we could have asteroid belts as well. And we're just experimenting with different what we think might be fun. Like, is it fun if there's like several smaller asteroids? Because their overall max sort of map size is, there's certain constraints. Like we can't just like make it infinitely large or something. So it's like, do we want one big asteroid that you mine on? Do we want several smaller asteroids? Because there's not that much space to work with, so they'd be sort of small asteroids. And also because we're working with squares, the smaller they are, the less spherical they'll be. But yeah, Victor, I really wonder if once the tile set, if the tile set corners just make it feel a lot better. I wonder.
No.
Because maybe they will, because we'll be able to smooth out the edges a little bit.
No.
And also the size of the asteroids are going to influence. Yeah, it's too much. It was too much, dude. That was too much of an offset. We're going to have to instead do something like -1 to +1. It no longer looks round, but now it looks whatever it looks like. The advantage of Perlenoise is that when it generates randomness, it distributes random things in a thing. Oh, that's too bad, Holly, that we fixed. I'm sorry that we fixed the bugs. I'm just joking, and I know you're just sort of joking too. So, yeah, we actually go through. So every time there's a patch, what we do is we go through all of the like exceptions, all the crashes. Well, Victor does, and then he puts in a list, and then I fix them, and then we go through all the user reports, and then we go through Discord, and then we go through all sorts of things. The hardest thing for us, because it's just the two of us, is getting a process in place where we can gather all the stuff and then record that. Oh, there's a bug. Here's a bug happened. Make it something usable for us. She loses all sort of cylinderish stuff. Let's go back down to, oh, that's way too tiny. Or is it though? 15. These offsets are bad. That's interesting. They are bad. Because they need to be integers. These need to be integers. And they're not. Uh-oh. Doesn't really look good anyway. I'm just going to scrap the whole thing. Offset. Offset. Oh, the issue with those ones were their high type was that their offset was like a decimal kind of, and in the actual game they can never be decimals. I think we came up with the idea for Starmancer after learning about Dwarf Fortress a long time ago, before like RimWorld came out. Like RimWorld wasn't the inspiration for Starmancer. Both like RimWorld and Starmancer were inspired by Dwarf Fortress, and then obviously RimWorld comes out, and then we look at the things they do. Tynan or whatever his name is. That his name Tynan, something like that?
Yeah.
Then it got an L in there. Something like that. Tynan Luna. So if you look at it, actually look at the asteroids, you can sort of see what's happening a little bit. See, this is the graph. You can see the graph. See? That is the sort of the graph that's going on there. That's cool when that happens. It's because that asteroid should have either been really big or really small. See, like, sometimes the symmetry doesn't look bad, and sometimes it does, you know? I think... But again, this is just the border, you know? Then I would have to fix it up so that these edge cases where there's these long lines don't happen, you know? If I change this back to like 45, and this can guarantee to be 40, and this can be down to 15 or something. The thing is, we could also generate several of these, but I don't know. And the thing is, if we can get the algorithm to a point that it generates good enough randomized asteroids, it's much better than even worrying about a hand-drawn solution, because the hand-drawn solution won't have the variety and takes time anyway. It almost looks like you could totally do this to generate ships somehow, though. I mean, these basically all look like they could be alien ships, and maybe we could do that. What if we accidentally just come up with a better system for generating like ships, or like stations or something, and then we're like, oh, the expeditions just take place in spaceships or in stations, you know? That'd actually be kind of fun. Or wouldn't be not fun, rather, you know, and then you go. I'm just describing Space Haven, though, unfortunately. But instead of going to an asteroid, you'd go to, you know, like a derelict mining station, right? And then it would have ore in it because it was a mining station. What if we could somehow do this to like generate starting stations? That could be really fun. Also, I think there's something fun about a generation system. It just depends on what you mean by letting players do expeditions on ships. The plan is that, again, this is very early stages, so it might not happen. But the plan is that players, you know, put colonists in the ship. You can sort of picture the current ship, but instead picture the current ship, but think of it as a room. So you can like place chairs in the room, you can place boxes in the room, whatever, and colonists in the room, and beds. And so you place whatever colonists you want, as many as you want, doesn't matter. And then you fly away, and you go to this map. And then you go and mine the resources. You put all the dudes back in the ship. If you don't, I guess they're gone forever. I don't know. And then you fly back with your stuff, and then, you know. So that's the thing here. And then what we're doing now is trying to decide, okay, what does it look like, you know, out there in the wilderness on the other side, you know? Like, what would an asteroid look like, for example, you know, like, and what's sort of fun? almost feel like several smaller asteroids might be the way to go, you know? I don't know. What are you thinking, Victor?
I mean, maybe it depends on biome.
I'm talking about the ore
This
asteroid
one's-
specific. Let's just pretend this is an ore asteroid right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to us, the resource acquisition has always been the thing we want to improve. It's like the most important thing. It's hard to, like, there's so much work that would be involved in any system like this, you know, and it really, you know, and it affects the game so much. That's a really sort of be thought out. A little bit, at least. It also has to be sort of scalable. Okay, Victor, what were you saying?
Oh yeah, depending on the biome. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I was talking about specifically the ore asteroids. Right, that's right. So just in the ore asteroids,
Yeah.
yeah. So who cares about depending on the biome? But so I just don't know. Right, you don't get 2 resource per expedition. You get like 5 with the ship's capacity, right? So it starts at 5. But the thing is, here it's going to be a much higher yield. But another point to think about too, actually, is a good point, Victor. Is, you know, how many resources is a lot of resources for the player, you know? But I want it to be enough where it's like, where you're not doing expeditions every 5 minutes, basically, you know. But that's up to the ship's capacity as well. And also, I would like the player to be more limited by cargo space on the ship than by like the map. But I guess I don't know either. Like, do I want it to get to a point where the player is mining out everything because they have so much ship space? Or do you want it to be more like Minecraft, where there's just so much stuff, you have to really prioritize what I want to keep and what I don't want to keep? I don't know. Also, a big map is more overwhelming, especially for new players. Whereas a small map, like, you can wrap your head around it. The other thing to think about, too, is we're going to have, like, monsters, like zombies, for example, that are spawning out here, too. If you have one big asteroid and everything just takes place on this one big asteroid, you can't really hide from the zombies. Whereas if it's several smaller chunks, you know, sometimes there'll be a zombie that spawns on a tiny asteroid, and you're like, you don't have to worry about him. And that can be a good thing, because maybe there's a tiny asteroid that has diamond on it, but also it has a zombie. Like, is it worth it? You know. What if we make them like circles? What would that look like? I wonder. Just basically the same every time, probably. Whoa, something bad's gonna happen. What if we do this? Oh, I see. So this guy's got to be bigger. What about this guy, though? What about his? Whoa, weird. See, because like most of the shape, if it was round blocks that we had to work with, would be kind of okay. It's just the fact that they're, you know, straight edges, I think, that makes them look so like alien ships, because they look intelligently designed because there's so many straight lines. But I mean, what if the player can't even zoom in that much, right? Like if the player can only zoom in, I mean, if they can do all of it, well, it's not even a big deal. But when you're only viewing part of it, you can't really tell that there's symmetry because you're zoomed in. You can always tell it when you zoom out and then sort of see it. Like, so maybe it's, you know, not even that big of a deal. And again, maybe they don't have to be symmetrical. Maybe there's a way we can sort of do it.
What if you had like some kind of stamp-based approach?
What does a stamp-based approach mean?
Like I make a bunch of shapes and then they can sort of be layered on top of each other and rotated to create like this asteroid chunk.
That could work. You're basically describing like a sort of like a paintbrush, and then you have like patterns. I can pull it up. What you mean? The thing is, I don't know if it would work. It might, right? And what you'd have is, I don't know, just this or something. Actually, this is a decent enough shape to work with because it's kind of like what we want a little bit. So, whatever. So you have this shape, and then let me zoom in on it a little bit and select it. And you just kind of paste it around. Oops. This has to be transparent. How do I do that? Can you like delete somehow? What's a transparent selection? What's that going to make transparent? Probably white? What do you think? What do you think? You have a transparent selection. What does that mean? How can I like select it in a way where it's like black or transparency?
Is there like magic wand?
It has to be white. It has to be white. That's the problem. Oof, it's going to hurt your eyes. But all I have to do is do it once, I believe. I think. And then I should be able to repaste it back in as black. You're welcome. There you go. I think this should work, but I don't know. There we go. Okay, cool. And then you're just kind of stamping it randomly. So one here, and then maybe one. And I'm just placing it around the center and then offsetting it is what I'm doing, by the way. Joop. Well, that's weird. Can't go that much. Joop. 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 Whatever. Sort of.
Yeah, and they can be like rotated and yeah. Interesting thing about that is if you wanted, structures, for example, it could be like a structure stamp.
Maybe. Because the advantage of the stamp in this particular example is that it doesn't really matter where I place the stamp. Like I don't have to place it with aligned to any grid or something like that. But if it was like a station, I feel like you'd be far more constrained sort of in that sense. Also, I also my gut tells me that this thing you're describing is something that would just be solved in code, not in this weird way. That's just what my gut is saying. I feel like there's a way to do what you're describing with just zeros and ones, like with numbers. Even with this here, it's like it just seems like there's I can see what's and also there'd still have to probably be a lot of rules in place for this even. Or some rules at least. Because although you can guarantee that the stamp is good, you can't guarantee that the combination of stamps is good.
Well,
because the stamps are applied at random, sort of. So, for example, you could easily have a stamp that a pattern that generates a straight line, like an ugly straight line. I mean.
Well, only if the stamp has a straight line.
Well, the stamp has to have a straight line somewhere. Unless it would be on the border, but it has to have it the stamp has a straight line because that corresponds to what the asteroid's going to, like what the floors of the actual asteroid are going to be. So like on the borders, it has to have like a straight line. Like at some point, because you just have pixels to work with. Yeah. And unless the whole asteroid is just jagged and a complete pixelated circle, you're going to have some sequences if you're going to have straight lines in them. So I'm just thinking out loud. This is a new idea to me, right? I'm just thinking like, oh, like maybe it'll have that in it.
What if all the stamps have sort of a center point?
I don't know.
And they're all like placed on the same center point, just rotated.
Yeah. But let me just real quick butt in is I suspect that what's happening a little bit is that because you're more comfortable with understanding things visually, I think what you might be doing is just putting this problem into your world, into something that makes sense to you, but it might not be like, so like your concept might be completely correct. Your concept of, stamps, which would be basically having patterns that we know are good and using all those patterns together, sort of randomizing them a little bit so that they form some larger thing, but that's composed of patterns that we control, right? Yeah. I just wonder if that's maybe a little bit what's happening here, because on like the idea itself, like, oh, that seems like a good idea, yeah, totally. But I'm just curious if there's like a way that we don't have to actually have you literally do that, like literally open up, Photoshop and draw it. There's probably some way to just generate this, I'm guessing.
But I feel like the time it would take to come up with a way to generate it.
Well, you're assuming that the time it takes to implement it is 0. It's not. So flattering as it is.
Like, I'm assuming that it takes you like too long to make something that is good, and then as soon as we want something new, it's gonna take like a bunch of figuring out.
Oh yeah, totally it might. But this system would really only work with, it's just an asteroid-based system anyway. It's just a chunk of rocks system. You couldn't, like, for example, you said use stamps to maybe generate a station, but you couldn't really use the stamps for that. Unless the stamps would represent some other type of data, like perhaps regions of a map. Like imagine the stamps represent biomes. So one stamp might be bathroom, one stamp might be bedroom, one stamp might be kitchen, one stamp might be storage room, something like that. And then you just combine the stamps together, and then in any one particular position, something might have like a bathroom stamp on it, but then 2 bedroom stamps, so it's going to become a bedroom sort of, and so you can kind of draw weirdly generated shapes of regions inside the station. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but because like the stamps couldn't be a room, they couldn't literally be like one prefab room, unless they were placed along some sort of grid, But then, it's the stamp isn't really the best way probably to do it. Or maybe it is, but what you'd probably do in practice is just generate prefabs in Unity, right? We would somehow generate prefabs in Unity, and then what you're describing is just a way of taking those prefabs and then, sort of randomly positioning them around each other, Yeah. Which again is why I'm trying to say, like, I think that might be having even the stamp idea is that it's just something that it's almost like you're explaining the solution to me, like you're explaining the high level of how it works to me, but it might not need to be the low level implementation necessarily. But I could be wrong, right? But because all we have to do is get to a point where it can generate just slivers of chunks kind of that make sense to us. Because again, Perlin noise, all it is it's just generating just a series of continuous sort of values. That's all it's doing. It's not, it itself is not like a terrain generator. Like if you just use the raw values, what you'd have is a graph, right? So you wouldn't have, and that's what you have. Like in our case, if you look at like the borders of these asteroids, is you just have literally just a graph. So it's literally all you're looking at, right? And then you do whatever you want with that information, but but that's what it is. But what it's really doing is it's generating random numbers in a way where they're sort of sort of where there's like a smooth transition between the random values generated.
Yeah.
Since ordinarily, if you were to generate random numbers, what you're going to end up with quite literally is just random sort of anything, anywhere, right? And if you were to connect them with lines, it goes yep, and which is nuts, right? Which is just these crazy sort of lines, and so. Right.
Yeah.
So again, it on its own is not like a terrain system. It's just a thing that generates random numbers. What if I right click this? What if I left click this? What if I... There we go. But now I can't see my eraser because it's all black. Again, I'm not saying the stamp idea would not work. Again, I just want to just be super clear.
Yeah.
Because like no matter what, the edges of the asteroid like have got to be the smallest unit they can be from one to the next is like one of these steps, no matter what. Like there's no way around that. I mean, but once you adjust the tile set, right, and then it has curves, it'll look a little bit better. But like, again, there's no way around that. Just the raw pieces. Man, I do really wonder if once the tile set's got those rounded corners, or just the corners in general, I wonder if it'll look a lot better. Like maybe some of these problems we're having where like it looks too straight, we'll be like, oh, it's not even a big deal. Again, even with the symmetry, like maybe it's sort of okay. I don't know. I don't know. And again, really what we're doing is we're generating the border of the asteroid. And then on the internals, we can do whatever we want. We could have like holes in the middle. We could have height maps if we ever could pull that off, right? Like we could pull off like high trend. Again, all we're doing here is just the border. Right, it's an isometric game using a grid, right? It's sort of like people, like, okay, this is what it is. There might be a way, I wonder, to do this. Did I just smell like coffee because of the coffee? Do you ever hear like crashes?
You brew?
What's that? This was McDonald's. This was McDonald's coffee. I don't know. However strong that is. Anything you want? Anything you want? Happen. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of some ways to generate asteroids. Because one thing that we could do... Oh, I see. I need to change this back to white so I can sort of see it. There, okay. Because if you watch the graph vector, that I'm drawing. Because one thing that we could do is just generate any old asteroid that we want. Doesn't really matter, right? Okay, who cares, right? Then this one, let's say, just does something crazy like that. Okay? And then what we'd end up with is a straight line here, which looks quite bad, right? Victor, okay, you're here. I was like, are you here? And then what we could do is then just generate another set of Perlin noise along this, no problem, and just fill in the gap. So that might look sort of like this, right? Right? And then we have another straight line to fill in, which is going to be right here. And then we could fill that one in using what seems to be like, smaller and smaller height, like max heights allowed, sort of, because we don't want it to be we don't want to create problems. And then we're going to make a smaller one here again. This is going to be small, 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 and then it's sort of fine. That might work. I don't know. Just sort of doing that twice, to fill in the border might be okay. That might work, and the amount of right. So you say I want to see what it looks like because it's only a constant. Yeah. So that's so how I thought what you're describing is why you see the current symmetrical ashtrays, because we were talking about it and we're like, let's see what it looks like, right? So that might be what we do next here, is like be like, oh, what might that look like? And there wouldn't be guaranteed to be as many like sort of hills as I drew. I just show a lot of hills just to demonstrate that it that it's generating Perlin values there. It doesn't have to. We could put quite a small radius there. And it might look fine like that. I don't know. It's probably we're going to tend to have asteroids that have a protrusion in them, maybe, though. I don't know. Let me do this one kind of like way out here, kind of be like, whoa, this one's crazy. Because there's no guarantee that they'll ever be sort of a similar radius. Something we could do, maybe, and again here, what we'd see is this is now in a different axis. This straight line is now different than the previous one. Is it though? No, but what I mean is like this starting point is now to the left, whereas here the starting point is to the right. And then you fill it in. You fill it in, sort of, and then another straight line, and you potentially fill that one in as well. So. If every point had to be centered, it wouldn't have to be that crazy of a difference. Yeah. Yeah, and also something else that we could do is delete this all. Is if you think of this as a circle here, the points like sort of here. This is really the specific point that's the problem. This is kind of like our connector, sort of, right? And we could force as it approaches this connector. It has to be within a certain range. Maybe that could solve some problems. So it's like, okay, if it's here, it just has to be sort of 5, and it has to sort of start to approach 5 as it gets here. I don't know if that'll create issues where there's too many steps, though. And by steps, what I mean is like stair stepping, sort of to get to. Because if you're trying to get to like on a circle, from here to wherever, and you only have so many units to do it, you gotta be like, okay, you gotta do it as much as you can, right? You can't, right, to get that straight line. And so I don't know if that'll happen, but that's just a concern of something that could happen. But I don't know. If I right click this, what does it do? If I left click it, ooh, wow, that's a lot of orange. So what is the alt color? Is the alt color just for certain things?
What do you mean?
The alt color.
Like you mean for certain tools?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe I messed up or something earlier because I swear that I had this set to black. And when I right-clicked... Okay, fine, whatever. I messed up. Okay. I didn't use the tool properly, apparently. But anyway, I worry that maybe what would happen is that the graph starts to gets out of control. You know? And let's say it's like gets way up here, maybe. And then when we hit this point here, it's got to be come down to 5. And at some point, we're going to have to start being like, okay, constrain yourself, you know? Constrain yourself, graph. You have to get to 5 here, you know? To the point where it's like, uh-oh, the only way to get from here to here smoothly is to do this, you know? Tick, 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 right? Yeah. So that's just a concern that I have is like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. If we limit the max width, it would be less of an issue, as Hollytype has pointed out. The thing is, the more you limit the max width, the more that you're going to get the same, just a blob, sort of like an ugly blob. That tends to be like the same shape every time, to the point where it's like, might as well just do like a static asteroid, maybe. You know, maybe at least. Yeah, we would be gradually constraining it. So like, for example, this here, it's hard to tell, but because there has to be discrete units of one by one. And the reason there has to be those discrete units is because if you look at the actual floors we can place, right? These are the smallest units that we can place, is these 1 by 1 things. Because what we're really doing is building an asteroid piece by piece, you know? So if you had a shape like this, so there's a nice little sort of shape, it's actually made of little squares so it has to be like, here's a square, and then, so you put a square there, or do you put just a square here, you know? Right, so it's sort of being, and maybe put another square here, like so. Whatever. So it's gonna just pretend all the squares are the same size, right? So instead of ending up like this, it ends up like this, right? Anyway, so a concern is that to get from here to here, even if it's gradually constrained, maybe what we could do is start constraining it way earlier, like really early, like maybe as soon as it gets here, you know, we just start constraining it. Maybe we could do that. I don't know. And have to get it constrained back to... Actually, it just has to be constrained back to the starting value. It doesn't have to be any arbitrary. It doesn't have to be 5. It just has to be the starting value, correct? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I can try that and see what that looks like. Only this time we have to place not an entire width. We just have to place this way with a multiplier, probably. Is that right? I don't know. I'm just like thinking about it. I'm just like trying to like... Doesn't make for the most thrilling things. Here's what we'll do too. Yeah.
What about the stamp idea, but different, where we have like randomized sort of quarters? So if you think of like a clock, you have like a quarter, you know, and each quarter is randomized, but they always meet up, you know, at, you know, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. So that's what we're trying to do here. Only I guess the difference here is you've recognized that they have to actually match up here and here and here, right? But if you put two separate pronoid generations clockwise and counterclockwise at the same point average at both, they would close naturally. Would they? Oh, you're saying they might. Because all the Perlin noises is just like this pattern that's going to repeat forever. And it's done in such a way that's a very valuable thing about it is that it just smoothly sort of does this, and that if you took, and that you're guaranteed that a value here is very, very similar to a value, close to it here, right? And then that guarantee goes away the further away you go. So if you go further out, there's no guarantee what any value might. Like if I go here, it's just random. You don't know what that value might be. But anyway, so the benefit of that is that you make these sort of shapes that are more natural looking, or like a distribution that's more natural, that has the nuance of natural, where sometimes you have a lot of high values together, sometimes you don't. What am I doing? Black. Blacky, 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 blacky. So if you took them in the opposite direction, it would just be, again, just opposite sort of. But there's not like, it's not cyclic or anything like that, where like it's not like a pattern that repeats or anything. If it is, I guess it might repeat. I don't know the range at which it repeats. If it does repeat, that'd be interesting to know, because maybe there's something we could do with that, actually. But I don't know if it does repeat. I'd have to look it up. And let me close that off. The ugliness there. Paint closed. It's also kind of the starting with that we're playing with. Also, another thing too is like there's some constraint that it has to be circular, Like there's some constraint that if you were to break them up into quarters, and I'm not sure if it's necessary, but if you were to break them up into quarters, like quadrant, like four quadrants, if you don't, maybe you'll end up with like potentially long lines at the top, maybe like, because maybe the top width is really long or something. You might sort of create this weirdness, but not sure. What I'm doing is I think I'm restoring the original. I'm restoring the original Ashar generation, so Hollytype can see it because it's kind of interesting. Because the thing you're describing would work, because what you're describing is that you want basically, if it can, like if it can be, if the algorithm can be made to work, it it could work just fine. Which would be all you need is to start generating value. If there's a way we can force the values to be near each other at the seams, No. Working sort of move towards the seam, is what we want. We just want to do it in a way that doesn't generate sort of ugliness. So this is just the basic sort of Perlin noise polytype, and if you wanted to, we could see like, so oops, this is gonna be nothing. We could see like sort of more of like everything. Oh, let's do height map too. That'll be more fun, right? Right? You think? Height map's more fun. Yeah, we'll add height to it too. Here. What height? You can't see it. I just edited some code. The thing is, already naturally the widths. That's Because you want to use an algorithm where the widths tend to get sort of smaller as you get towards like the four quarters of the clock. Maybe already it's doing that. Generating stuff. And then let's generate everything. Really? Oh, I totally did the wrong value. I was so excited as well. Like this instead. generate lots of stuff. And this is literally, so you can see that this is just a height map. Yeah, you think those astros look nice? What did I have it at? Like 0.7 or something like that? Yeah. So we were like playing around with that at first and saying like, okay, what does this look like? What would several small asteroids? Oops, they're going to be too high because I added height to them just for fun. They wouldn't have height in the real game. I mean, they probably wouldn't, right? But just generally, okay, so if you have like several small ones, like, is that fun? And so the small ones would be about this size, see? Right? Sort of like this. Kind of hard to get the scale because it's kind of hard to see, but, you know. And then colonists are like one sort of unit. One of these, a colonist is like a quarter of this size or something. Then, you know, we're playing this like, okay, is this fun for the players, right? Because maybe it's not. Maybe it's not really fun to do it like this. Because then we'd have to have little shuttles you'd board, and you go from, you know, I'm going to pause it when I get something interesting. Like, this is fine. Because if you had shuttles, you'd have to like take shuttles from here to here, then from here to here, then here to here to here to here to here, right? You'd need like shuttles, or jetpacks or something, but probably shuttles, like some sort of little taxi thing that your colonists get into, and then you context order it to land here, right? And then they get out, you know, something like that, right? Which could be fun, right? Maybe that's fun too. Maybe that's fine. You know, we're just exploring right now, like how, you know, sort of brainstorming and sort of prototyping a little bit to see like what might that feel like, and that's going to influence some of our decisions. So, for example, if we decide to go with this, well, then we'd have to make a shuttle, but if we went with the big one, we don't have to make a shuttle, right? So. Also, we could do both. So. And then another real concern too is because these asteroids are actually kind of small. You could probably place like one zombie on this asteroid, right? Maybe 2 or 3, but I mean, you have like a zombie asteroid. Now, 1 or 2 zombies isn't a big deal. And then if you had one big, and then let's say there's 10 asteroids on the whole map, but they're all separated a little bit. They're like naturally isolating from each other. Pretty easy to defeat. But then if you had one big asteroid, they'd all have to be on that map, and then it's possible that somehow they would, yeah, we can increase the scale of the asteroids, yeah. But it's possible that somehow they would get, like all 10 zombies could attack one colonist at once, you know, which is a much bigger, you know, sort of thing to solve. And also but on the other hand, you can avoid things that you don't want to deal with, which is sort of fun. It's also kind of funny if you see like a zombie on an asteroid all by himself. You're like, later, dude, I don't know how you got there. I'm not rescuing you, you know? So you get more of a sense of things being stranded. You could also have like, you know, random treasures. You could have maybe other colonists you can discover out there, or maybe heads in jars or something like that you discover out there. That you could have on these little asteroids. It's kind of fun, and you can sort of try to speculate. By the way, a dead person, Victor, would be very interesting to have out here. And you could harvest the head if you want to take him back. Or just drag the body back, I guess, if you want to.
Yeah, he's playing like a head somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it could be the actual corpse, and then you have to harvest the head.
No.
You know? Or you could try to drag it back to your ship somehow, if you can do that. Yeah, we can increase
like
the scale of the asteroids, by the way, yeah.
Escape pod or like a cryo chamber.
It's just that we have like a max sort of size that we can sort of play with. Yeah, thanks. Also, we won't be streaming next week because I'll be in Florida on a little sort of vacation with 2 small children, which I love very much, but a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. So we'll sort of see how I have like a 20-hour car ride. And I don't know how that's going to go. We'll see, you know. We'll freaking see, man. They're, you know.
20 hours.
We're going to stop in a hotel. So it's going to be like a 10 and 10 or something like that. But, I mean, you tell, you know, little kids to, like, yeah, right, like, keep yourselves entertained. Yeah, it's like, okay, good luck with that. So here's sort of an example where we've increased the scale of the asteroids. You can see not always perfect, but we'll make them even bigger here, maybe. But sometimes there simply won't be any asteroids, unfortunately. So it's like it's a you need to increase like the density or something of the asteroids, or simply increase the size of the map to guarantee that you get these asteroids that we're looking for. You know. We could decrease the pit value. That would generate more. Too much. Almost though, maybe. Almost. Sort of think of it like they're continents that you're flooding, you know?
Yeah.
Sort of what it is, you know? So like some of them are very interesting. Like this was a pretty interesting, I feel like, sort of generation. Like honestly, I feel like this is actually sort of interesting. You know? You got this, you got this.
Face.
It's what's that?
I see a face.
Yeah,
Two
like this,
eyes
right?
on the
Two
mouth.
eyes on the mouth, yeah. But sort of an interesting generation though, because you have like a big one, a little guy, and you might be excited because you see a big guy, you know? And you're like, oh crap, a big one, perfect. That'll be, you know, so much more convenient. And like, look at these guys. I mean, these are actually pretty big. They would be flat. Yeah, probably they'd be flat, and you have your colonists that are sort of walking. What's up, MoonPie TV? MoonP. We're playing around with generating like asteroids and stuff, and just sort of seeing what, like, we're just sort of prototyping what looks good. So what we're doing right now is generating fish-shaped asteroids, apparently. The thing is, these asteroids are still quite big, you know?
No.
I kind of like the large distance between them, I think, but I don't know. Also, I'm not sure how long it would take to generate a map this big. You know? So here's another one. Again, if we had a better way of ending these things, it would be good. Even here as well. You'd have more round if we just had more space to play with.
No.
Thanks, man. It's I'm one of the developers, and Victor, who is a disembodied voice that you can hear, is also one of the other developers. There's two of us, so I do the programming, he does the art. If you care to know. But see, the reason I was starting to do an asteroid system. Yeah, I mean, and plus the game's got some bugs, and I was like, oh gosh. Also, you can type in cheater in the build menu to get cheats, and you can like also you should enable content preview, because it's like then you get like some cooler stuff. I feel like that's the play. That's the play. You can also pick up your dudes, and that sort of helps. But anyway, so what I was trying to do with the asteroids is figure out a system by which I could generate the asteroids. Let me sort of show you what I mean. I'm going to make the multiplier bigger. That's going to make these guys smaller, like this. Okay, so now as I zoom in, like, wouldn't it be great if there was some way that I could generate this asteroid and just this asteroid, you know? Or just this one, or just this one, or just this one, or just this one, right? Because you can see there's still you can still see the graph, right? There's still obviously the graph on it, you know, because it's a Perlin noise sort of, you know, algorithm, right, function. And so that's really what I'm trying to do here, is how do I generate these crazy looking sort of shapes, these crazy looking sort of asteroids. So I don't know. Because they have to be one continuous unit. That's the important thing. You have to really fill in all the way. Like this one would do what? Shape out here to the right. And it'd be like... This one looks good. Why does it look good? Because this is small. This is small. This is getting... Now they're allowed to get bigger. And then here, it should start to get smaller again, probably, to avoid this exact problem. And then they're going to start to get bigger. They tend to have circles, though. And here, it should start to get smaller again. I don't know. That might just make the same shape over and over again, though. Are you here, Victor? You're not saying anything. You son of a gun. I like that in the game view, you can just like sometimes see an asteroid, like a little asteroid chunk. Let me do like this. Okay. If you look at the game view, you can just like see like a chunk of stuff. Okay. But see, it'd be really good if there was a way, and maybe there is a way, right? That's what we're trying to figure out is how do I generate just an asteroid, right? I just want to if I could just, generate just an asteroid. And there is a way, and we're trying to figure out what that way is, what the best way is, rather. Just this asteroid. Just this asteroid. Even just this asteroid. Even though he's not a perfect asteroid by any means. Or like just this guy, Because they're all nice and curvy asteroids, aren't they? Pretty much. They're all pretty interesting. And then the other question, too, is do we want this one asteroid to be the whole asteroid? Is this just one asteroid? Is this just one? Is this just one? Or do we want it to be where the player, this is one map, and the player flies from here to here, then from here to here? I don't know. Also, when we're generating individual asteroids, and we just piece them together, it's much easier to have control over like the max size of them and stuff like that. But then again, the advantage of the Perlin noise is that you have just interesting distributions that appear, random but natural. Because here's a real problem. If you generate asteroids piece by piece, or just randomly one at a time, so generate this one, okay, where do you position the next asteroid when you create it? No. You have to position it somewhere. You have to position it in such a way that it's not touching the neighbor, and the neighbor has a crazy-ass shape, Although I suppose depending on the implementation, it doesn't really matter if the neighbor has a crazy-ass shape, does it? Because I'm perhaps literally describing your stamp situation right now,
if you imagine like there's a bounding box around each one of these, none of them are like touching right now.
Right, that's a natural sort of case of the honestly, if you do any random shape of which in any order you could draw bounding bots of things that weren't interacting, though, because if they were touching, like these ones are touching, they just become a complex shape, To be fair, I guess, of what you're saying, although actually, no, I think I know what you mean. If you draw squares, actually, this one might not. If it is, it's just lucky that this happened to be this way, by the way. Because you're saying if you just made these boxes, these are all boxes, right? These are boxes and these are boxes. Yeah, this is very lucky, I'm pretty sure. Or it's like, just happened to be the case. This looks like a foot, by the way. These ones, too, are just fine, actually. Also, the larger you're using, the more you're going to get these nice circular shapes, because you just have so much more to work with. So here's an example of something that's still somehow just, okay. Anyway, the fact that they're all in bounding boxes together is just a coincidence. It's not like a guarantee of the process, right? So here's one finally that's like, just to show you. Even this one is close to being on the edge. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. And also, if we generate each individual asteroid, you have a little more control over, because you don't really want shapes like whatever the heck this is. This is not an asteroid. This is like, it could be an asteroid. It's not like it can't be an asteroid, See?
And for something like an anomaly,
but
pretty cool to have like crazy shapes like that.
The other thing to remember too is it's going to be flat, so it looks a little more interesting because it's not flat. But it's actually going to be a flat shape.
Yeah.
A little honeycomb sort of situation going on. Whoa. Kind of reminds me of black and white maps. I wonder if the black and white maps are generated with some sort of black and white 2 maps, that is, if they're generated with some sort of algorithm and then they just picked good maps that they liked or something. because the shape of them is so strange.
Well, when
Black and white 2 maps.
back then used height maps to even when they made the levels, they would just draw like black and white.
Well, then that makes sense. Because the height maps give you like the most, I don't know. It's a nice way to convert the artistic data into real data. Yeah. Also, I suspect that part of why height maps are easy for us to make sense of is because they look like a map. And we're used to maps, like we understand, like maps in terms of representing data make sense to us.
Yeah. And also like bright is, closer, dark, further away.
I would say, wait, what'd you say? Bright's further away or bright's closer?
Bright is closer,
yeah.
And darker is, further away.
Yeah, I would say instead of saying closer, it's more intense. Or it's a stronger value, whatever it means for the context. Like that's more of it. White means more.
Well, I mean, if you meant it like a height map, it's like something you view from above.
Right. But I mean more. It's abstract.
So white is like closer to you.
Well, I just think that I think the appropriate way to think of it is actually it's more intense of what it is, because it doesn't have to be a height map. It's just because you think of a height map as you attributing what you're gonna do with it. It's going to be a height map, but it doesn't have to be actually a height map. It could just be like you might think of it as a height map because when you were first introduced to the concept, it was for height maps, and so it's like, oh, that's just in your head, locked in as height maps. Yeah. But we're both describing the same thing. But I just think that the better way to think of it is more of like, sort of 0 to 1 or something. Because then I think it's easier to realize, oh, there's other potentials to this. Like you could use it to distribute. Enemy to control enemy spawns or something like that, or distribute loot, sort of in a non-random way, with things that don't, height doesn't make sense, Like if you looked at a height map, obviously where it's whiter would be where enemies spawn, which is intuitive, like you understand that as well. But it's just saying when we say like when it's closer to me, it's like, what does that mean? It means that it's bigger or something. Okay, so another problem with this generation system, by the way, it would look fine if there was some way we could guarantee that you get asteroids, Like if we could guarantee that in any cluster, any square that we took, you can see the unity squares. So we need to get to a point where any random square has interesting stuff in it, Yeah. Given whatever our conditions is. In this case, you can see the maps about here. If we were to use just this generation algorithm, right? And you see the whole square is given by sort of this, I suppose, or maybe even this. But like if you got this box, you get nothing. So it's like you're trying to eliminate a lot of empty space, but without having, all of these really high, like big connected pieces. You're trying to avoid that. But again, it's because an easy way to get more pieces is just increase the multiplier. You get more pieces that way. And they're going to be smaller. And then in any one cluster, you're almost guaranteed to get something now because you just have more pieces now, given your unit of whatever. It'd also be super nice if and maybe there is some way, but there's just some way to, to just, keep generating asteroid, because you're still doing something. Keep going, while also discarding, the things that have stopped,
Imagine if the players is flying sort of in a straight line.
Yeah.
You can see the terrain generating.
Right, like Minecraft style.
Yeah. Choose when to land, oh, here.
I mean, you could. You want to do some scope creep? You could, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be so cool. You could just keep generating in the distance. No problem. You could keep generating in the distance. Like, I can prove it. There's be some floating point issues here. That doesn't matter. But then, yeah, I don't know. What's the scope of that? Literally unlimited space is kind of like, what? That's, you know, and then the player's definitely going to want to save or something, you know, like it's so
Placement,
different.
That the player can choose, like, you know, generation their legs.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, they could totally do that, yeah.
Yeah.
You could just display it like this even to them. In 2D, no problem. And then keep next. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
I was just imagining like the ship, you know, flying really slow, and then the player can just see the terrain as it's generating below, sort of like he's just flying over it, and then he's like, oh, now I want to stop, and then, you know, ship drops down, and that's the terrain he gets.
Yeah, maybe. The thing that's sort of weird about that is that if you don't stop it, it's almost like you're playing that arcade game where the thing is spinning in a circle and you have to press the stop button, you know? It's like, stop! And then, yeah. I don't know. It's sort of like, it's a lot to sort of like take in. It's like, for a player, I feel like.
Yeah. And it's also kind of weird, like, why couldn't you go back, you know?
Yeah. You could just keep exploring forever. I'm like, oh, I kind of get that. Like, like these honestly might be fine as asteroids I'm generating right now. I'm trying to keep it like above bird's eye sort of so that you get the same, because it's going to be flat. It's not going to look like, you know, interesting, but it's going to be flat. Because what you're basically having here are just generating islands, if you want to think of it that way. Yeah. Of various shapes. Like maybe this is fine. Is this fine? It's sort of okay, right? See, here it's only a problem on the borders. Now, I mentioned doing a thing where maybe we only generate literally in a circle.
Yeah.
The advantage of that is that you wouldn't have these border lines. It would be impossible to have border lines because the border literally isn't a circle, like, or literally is a circle rather. Whereas now the border is a flat line, so you can see the cutoff, and so, you know, and you can make it a circle quite easily. Let's get back. Let's go back to the whiteboard class. Because if you were doing a circle, here's a big circle, whatever. At every y, it's quite easy to, you know, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I don't know why I keep doing this, but you can just draw a triangle right down here, like so, and this width is going to be like sort of like the x positions that you are using, and then you're going to iterate to the next one. Okay, and then you get those, and it's going to be less this time. Now you're doing it like, you know, if you're doing the first time you're doing it 10 times, maybe now you're doing it 9 times, then 8 times, then 7 times. So you're gonna, so pretty easy to implement that, and maybe that'll just look fine, you know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, you know, it's one of those things you gotta sort of do it, unless maybe if you have a really good understanding, and you'll still get like what I just had, like a straight line. You still get those sometimes. Man, I really wish we could have a height. That'd be so fun. The fun thing about the height as well is that you can see the graph, which I really find fascinating. Just really fun, I think. You have to get to sort of like the right. There's a good one here, I bet. So you can like see like the graph a little bit. I think is sort of interesting. You can see the graph that generated this kind of. So it's this one. Is it one like this? Yeah. This one like this. I could try that. What we'll do is we'll keep this one on. We'll probably stop the stream real soon too, because it's getting pretty late. What time is that thing? God, my sweater just smells like coffee. I'm actually pretty annoyed. 'Cause I like the sweater. I have to reserve a spot at the Y. I have to reserve my spot this yoga class real quick. I'm pretty sure you don't actually have to reserve it. Like they don't check that you reserve, but I think it's good to do anyway, in case it's either full, or so that the administration knows how popular or not popular the class is, right? Like, because that's what I assume the administration is going to look at. Let's do today. Update. Don't mind me. Also, it's kind of fun if the asteroids can just be sort of random shapes. Update. Yoga, 5:30 p.m. Gosh, like it's so close. Okay. All right, I think I did it correctly. We'll see. All right, so what I'm going to do is generate a circle right quick. So let me look at these values. I want to store these. These seem like pretty good. God dang it, the snippet. I know the Windows shortcut is Windows key plus S, I believe, right? Plus Shift S, that is. But I don't know what my Windows key is. So, yeah, I'm kind of out of luck there. To bring my pre-rolls. Yes. So the map's going to have a radius, which could just be its width, I suppose. Cough, cough, cough. All right, I have the third little code thing. We'll open up riders. Oh, I want to keep it small, though, because this is sort of boring. There. Well, picture-in-picture rider mode. Sort of. So you can be like, oh, that's what I'm doing, but not really big enough to read it necessarily. Those look like the exact same asteroids that generates twice in a row. Man, some of them are weird. Asteroids. Let's zoom out these a little bit more. Zoom. Kind of makes me nauseous, if I'm being honest. Let's put it like this. What if we, yes, let's do some terrain. Yeah, there we go. And let's flatten this terrain a little bit. Let's flatten it out, I said. Let's do that. There. Fun. How fun. There you go. Then you all look at this, and I'm going to go back to Rider. Check. What I'm doing now is trying to implement a system where there's a radius at which it'll generate things. So in a circle. And the way that I'm going to test that it works is I'm just going to have it do all floors, and they should be in a circle. And if they're not, I've screwed up. So what else is new in life? Not me messing up, but I mean just the general idea of messing up abstractly. Like, it's just, sometimes when you code, it's like, usually you mess it up, so. Victor?
No.
Victor? You're so quiet, Victor. You could probably go soon. I mean, I'm gonna go soon as well. Once I get the circle thing done, I'm gonna skedaddle. And remember, I won't be here next week because I'll be in Florida.
I'll be in hospital. At least at the end of the week.
Negative radius. Okay, let's make this y. Make this equals negative radius. Okay. And then this is radius. There. And we need that. Times 2. Or just get the radius and do negative to positive. It's probably better. Okay. Integer. Width? The width equals what? A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right? That's going to be A, so we're going to do equals what? This, right here. Should equal this. And I can't see it, but look at the terrain you can see. How fun. And then let's do radius times radius. And we'll do for int x equals negative width. X is less than width. Oh, I see. X plus plus. Right here. What is dimensions? What is this? What is this? I see. It's not showing on screen. Alright, we'll see if this worked. And if it did, Victor, we're free. We're free. If it didn't, well, you're here. Forever. You'll never go home again. You're never going to see your friends and family. You're never, ever going to be who you could have been. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but it might. So we'll see. Okay. Clearing. Shit, this has been streaming for 4 hours. Who? Did you make the Facebook thing?
Facebook.
Oh, it must be automated. It said Starmancer game is live. Must be automated. What if like my in-laws are watching me right now? This isn't that weirdness. You get to like not think about it. Like, because anyone could be watching me right now, especially on Facebook. Because Facebook primarily is liked by, well, we have people, but a lot of like my relatives like my, the Facebook Starmancer page. Like my grandma and stuff. Well, she's like, Starmancer game is live. Oh, what's Tyler doing? Sort of situation would be funny. Actually, looks like it worked. We're gonna make the pit value 0, and then we should see nothing but terrain. So, see? Oh, wow, dude! Look at that. Isn't that pretty cool?
Looks like a giant meatball.
You fucking Swedish bastard. The Swede sees a meatball in everything he does.
Yeah.
That's just their way. The way of the meatball. Oh no, I messed that up somehow. Probably because of this. Yes, the meatball of the sky. By the way, you can totally generate Perlin value, a third dimension if you want. You can make a sphere. We could very easily make 3D. I mean, we wouldn't, but you could, I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can make 3D spheres somehow, right, with it. Or 3D shapes, at least. 3D blobs. It's so interesting once you make it a circle, because then all of a sudden it starts to look more like a planet or something. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
As soon as you give it that shape, you're like, whoa, kind of fun.
What if we use that, Minecraft shader where it turns everything into like a planet? So everything becomes like sort of rounded.
First of all, I don't even know how to do that. Second, yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's just a shader, like.
First of all, you can't just say it's just a shader. I'd be like, oh, okay. It's just that's like saying it's just code or something. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, it's just this one thing. If I say what it is, that makes the thing easier to do. Because
yeah, but you can just find it and copy paste.
Yeah. By the way, already it's significantly better. Just so you know, like if you can't see. Because already you have very few instances where you have straight lines. Like I'm sure this one would have been a straight line before, but now it's still like ugly, but it's like, oh, it's kind of cute. I guess it's ugly in its own little way. Generating all the coordinates, generating all like the radius, the square roots of stuff is not good for performance. By the way, this is significant. This takes significantly longer to generate than the old system. Not that much longer, but it does take longer to generate. It's not a big deal, not like a huge factor, but just something to be aware of, I guess. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just a big ball. It took longer and I'm just projecting now. I think I'm just projecting, quite frankly. I think it is taking slightly longer, though, honestly, but... So here we could even raise the pit value. See, because now you get much more of a sense that you're in like a cluster of asteroids, maybe,
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm going to go back to flat. I'm going to look it up one last time, and then and this stream is ending.
Yeah.
So all you listeners out there and watchers, it'll be over soon. And also, there's a new patch on everywhere: GOG, Steam, and Microsoft Store. And it fixed some stuff. So there's patch notes somewhere. It fixed things. And if you're lurking, what we're working on now is some sort of terrain asteroid generation system so that you can go out in the wilderness and do asteroid stuff. You know what's crazy about this webcam is that I don't even need to light my green screen for it to work. It's just like, because like it's like optimized for it or something. It's really weird. I'm sure that if you try to stress test it, it wouldn't look as good though. Point. Oh, I see. Oh, I see now. 0.06. 0.06. 0.06. Does the stream even work on Steam? I've never tried. I've never actually looked. I've actually.
Is it supposed to be on Steam right now? Let's check.
It's supposed to be. I'll look up the destinations. It says online. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
Is it online?
I didn't know it was on Steam as well.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere, baby. Hmm.
Welcome, chat.
We've never had a single Steam chat user, so
Yeah, it just says welcome to the chat. Doesn't allow me to chat right now. Oh wait, no. I opened it in the browser and then
Hmm.
I wasn't logged in anymore.
Whoa, this was a very strange shape. How is that even possible? Is it because
Wait, how can
some
I
cutoff?
get this?
Very weird shapes here. Very, very strange. Hmm.
I need to go to the website to view it.
Hmm. So I feel like these asteroids are all pretty interesting. I don't know. Like they're pretty circular-y and you know, they're miscellaneous shapes. You know, just depends if we want this or if we want one big asteroid. Really, you know.
No.
Hmm. These chunks are pretty big to begin with. Like quite large. I mean, for comparison, like it'd be a very big room. I mean, if I made this whole thing, or if I like captured this in one room, for example, I mean, it'd be a massive room.
Does that we have 24 viewers on Steam?
Maybe that's where the bots come from. But see, it's actually, I mean, it's quite big. It's a very big space. This is not little at all. This is a big room. So, like, I feel like they don't need to be bigger. Sometimes they feel like they're small because you're zooming out so much, but they're still quite large.
Yeah.
And you could have, you know, structures on some and not on others. You could have monsters on some and not on others. And, you know, sometimes you'll have like small little asteroids. It's like got like one piece of iron on it. You're like, ah, it's not worth going to. I don't care. It's, you know, it's too annoying. And that's fine. That's part of the thing, right? And also sort of fun when you find a big asteroid because you're like, oh, my lucky day. It's like a big fish. Cool. Yeah. I don't know. And here's another set. And once they have rounded corners, it'll look a lot nicer too.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think about the difference between one big asteroid versus many smaller asteroids?
I mean, I think it's cooler with many smaller.
Is there a way that we could add procedural sort of depth to the asteroids, and it would just be game objects, and it wouldn't affect what the player walks on? But maybe we can somehow do that.
Yeah.
Basically, making a sphere underneath everything. Yeah. Maybe not necessary though.
I think, you know, in StarCraft and games that use similar, you know, type of terrain, they have like darker platforms, and those platforms, you know, you can't go to them. But just add some depth. I think specifically in StarCraft, you have those units that can, what do you call, like the Reapers that can have jetpacks and
Yeah.
jump.
There's a Reapers or Reavers. I think it's Reapers. Reavers are from the show. They can like scale cliffs, kind of, right? Those guys.
Yeah. I have those like Protoss units as well. The walking ones with the long legs.
That like
can walk up.
Like the super unit, like the Scarab or something. It's not the Scarab, but it's like a Scarab from Halo.
Maybe.
Is it like their battleship? Well, I know their
No,
battleship.
like
Obviously, the battleship is a
long-
fleet carrier,
Is that
or
like
just
a
a carrier
long
rather.
thing?
Yeah, it's called it's like a scarab from Halo, kind of, right? Or maybe like that thing from Half-Life.
Yeah.
It's like big unit. It's like big sort of tank, sort of big unit, right? Because I used to play
Yeah, with
StarCraft
laser
2
beams or something.
kind of a lot
Yeah.
when it came out back in like 2010, like 12. Oh my god, that's so long ago. What the hell, dude?
Yeah.
How's that even possible? It's so long ago that I played the game. But I'm thinking of one of their big dudes, which is right there. How can I find a list of all units? What's that? I see this image. What's this? Oh, but they're not labeled. I need to find all of them and labeled. It's very important. Very, very important. Protoss. Colossus. That's what I was thinking of. I don't know if that's what you were thinking of, but I was thinking of the Colossus.
Does it have legs?
Oh, it's got legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a sort of like a spider or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot the Stalker could teleport. I played Protoss. I was a Protoss main. But then I got kind of bored of StarCraft because it's so like it almost felt like I wasn't playing. I wasn't making my own decisions. All I was doing was just following like the build order guides, kind of, and then almost like the way you'd play chess is I would be seeing what my opponents are doing, and the skill is in who knows more sort of build orders and counters to build orders, and then you have some of the mechanics, of course, too, like scouting and what have you. But a lot of it just felt like, what is the meta response to what this person's doing, and do you know what it is? Because if you don't know, or if you don't have a response, they're going to out macro you, and you're going to lose the game. And so you'd be like, oh, I'm scouting. They're building, they have 2 Vespene gas. Okay, let me consult my flow chart of what that means. And then you'd be like, okay, if they're going Vespene gas, that means they're going for whatever, Goliaths or something. So, okay, well, now I better focus on stalkers. And so I better expand early or something. Like, it was almost like a flow chart you were following, and it's like you weren't even playing the game, So it was like whoever had the best flow chart would sort of win, kind of. And maybe that's just how strategy games go. So maybe I just don't like competitive strategy games. I don't know. It just didn't feel like I was like reacting to what my opponent was doing. Instead, it was like I was playing against myself, essentially, Like, like in chess, the reason that they memorize the order is so they know, like, okay, if you do this, then I know an example of a game in which someone countered you using the following moves and they won. And if you can and then as soon as you deviate from that pattern, you have to have the ability to be like, okay, now they've done something else, and now I'm going to go off of a previous pattern that sort of put me in a good position that I want to be in, and then keep repeating that forever. And then eventually, and inevitably, all chess games go off book eventually because there's too many possible combinations. And then they actually get to play. They finally get to play. And so, like, I felt like I never got to that point in StarCraft where I got to actually just play. Because I was at such a low level. I'm sure I was like bronze or silver or something. I never did ranked, I don't think. Or maybe I did, but I can't remember. It was 12 years ago, Or maybe more like it may have come out in 2011. So maybe it was 11 years ago instead. But I'm pretty sure it was 2010. So these are interesting asteroids, I feel like. These are all pretty cool looking, right? Got some small ones, got some big ones. Then you just plop goodies on here. Zoom, 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 zoom. Maybe from zombies or something. I don't know. Because once we had mineral nodes, this might be okay. Seriously. This kind of looks like the bat symbol, by the way. All right. So here's the last.
We just need to, get it to a state where we can test it.
Test it in what way, you mean?
Yeah, have a shift and, go and mine stuff.
Well, I don't think it's to that point. Yeah, because what we're still trying to decide is, how big should the asteroids be and what should they look like? I think now it's at a state where we can start putting fake resource nodes and then maybe fake enemies, that sort of thing. Because we want to get the generation to a point where we can just generate things quickly and be like, okay, does this look like a fun map to play on? Does this have the right distribution of things that every map should have on it? Does it have too much of anything? Does it have not enough of something? You know, because
we need to play to actually figure that out.
well, not for the first pass. The first pass, we should be able to make good enough guesses. So, for example, if we're generating the ice, the ice biome, it's reasonable that there's at least one ice, and that might sound like a minor achievement, but it's not always with this sort of system. You know, we're randomly distributing them. You know, and you also know that you don't want like every single asteroid to have like a crazy amount, and you don't really know what the amount is, because it's like a lot of it is what does it look like. When a new player's seeing it, they're seeing it for the first time, and it has to look understandable. And so that's sort of the place that we're at right now. Is like, what does this look like?
Yeah. But also mining only ice sounds kind of boring.
It is. Ice is supposed to be boring. Well, it's not supposed to be boring, but it's like it's supposed to be safe. Is rather the way to look at it. Ice specifically is supposed to be a safe thing to mine, but you would still add some zombies and what have you to it. You know, but it's all pretty much boring to mine, though. It's all the same. It's just a resource node spawns. You context order your colonists to do something at it. You know, it's sort of all the same.
Maybe there could be like ice, like things that are frozen in ice, you know.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Sure. Yes, and that's a great example of where we didn't have to play at all to be like, oh, you know what, this is kind of boring, and you can get that just from looking at it. Yeah. And these are the first passes, because here's the thing: if it doesn't look fun to play in, or if it doesn't feel fun to play in, it's like we should do a different thing before we invest too much time. This is like a very easy thing to do to prototype these things very quick. You know. Getting it to a point where you can actually play it, that takes so much longer. And then if we don't end up going with this system because we're like, you know what, it's fundamentally flawed. Like, for example, let's say, you decide the ice asteroid needs things to be interesting on it. Well, maybe it's possible the ice asteroids simply need to be bigger than they were before, because maybe, to put more stuff on them, I'm saying, or some, I don't know, whatever, right? Just whatever. Anyway, it'd be good to get to those points of failure as fast as possible, right? And see like what they are and whatever. Now, maybe there's an argument that, like, can we even technically implement this? Is like maybe something, but I'm more concerned with making sure that maps are consistently interesting, right now at least. And then, yeah, we absolutely then need to very quickly then convert it into something that's prototypable in game, and then see like, okay, is this fun? To actually play on, because right now we're just guessing. But right now we're like, does it look fun? But is it actually fun? Right? Is gonna be another thing entirely. But if it doesn't look fun, it probably won't be fun, even if the opposite. Then again, sometimes things don't look fun at all, and they're quite fun. So I don't know. But then we want to get to a point where like we actually play and try to acquire resources and be like, okay, is it taking time to acquire? Is this annoying? Is this like, and then how can we make it less annoying? Is it there's not enough stuff? Another thing as well is for the actual gameplay. I feel like once we get the asteroid looking at a point they're looking at, it's a little bit easier to do some extra balancing in some cases. So, for example, if we think the ice asteroids look pretty good with the amount of ice they have on them, it's pretty easy to just increase or decrease the amount of ice that spawns per node. Like if a colonist mines an ice node, maybe they get 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of ice. If we want to add more ice without affecting it visually, well, that's pretty easy. You just increase the amount of ice that you get from one node, Yeah. So I'm just saying there's ways to kind of, little ways to help that gameplay balance without, changing everything. Also, monsters, I don't know if they should spawn randomly or if they should tend to spawn your resources. I don't know, right? It's a weird thing, I don't know. I do love the idea of a zombie spawning like just on like a tiny chunk of terrain somewhere that you can barely see, like just like a 1x1 or something. It's so funny. There's like a little zombie there, and he like rotates to face your ship as you fly by. It'd be sort of fun.
Reminds me about in Valheim, there was like a super tiny island in the middle of nowhere, and there's like a goblin on it.
See?
The goblins are terrifying. The goblin was like swimming after me. I was shooting it with a bow, and then it broke the entire boat, and I was like, oh fuck.
Okay, snip. Did I successfully snip? Looks like I have snipped successfully. All right, so I think we can get out of here. We can leave this godforsaken place once I populate the right values. Which is 0.06, 0.06, 996464 001 2565. That's making them a little bit smaller. 3060, 3060. This isn't even used anymore. I think this is the way, but I don't, who knows, right? Stage 4 files would be like more terrain generation work, something like that. Commit changes. Push, 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 push. All right. Is that it? Is that it? So no stream next week because I'll be gone, but there will be a stream the following week. So no stream on the 11th, but there will be on the 18th. So that's it. Like, do you have anything you want to add to these nice people?
I guess support Ukraine.
Now, Victor, I remember at the start of the stream you said, I'm glad they're wiping them out or something like that. What was it that you said?
I said, I'm glad that we're sending them stuff.